उसके फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे सीढ़ी चढ़ के ऊपर आना है। फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे वो सेमिनार हॉल में बैठा हूँ।
फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे फर्स्ट ये स्पीकर से आपने
Vigilant University. Speaker Vigilant. Peter Vigilant.
देते 5 होने का
Maybe I think Mike would be good. Okay.
कुछ पता नहीं हमसे आपकी तबीयत कैसी है? तो आई थिंक इस बात
एप्लीकेशन हो गए थे यूटीआई कुछ सवाल हो तो ऐड कर देते हैं कि कोविड के लिए मैं बोल देता हूँ आपको वेलकम तो कर
ओके।
ये ऑन है I think it's time that we begin our program. Others will gradually, I think, fall in. I have great pleasure in welcoming Ambassador Pankaj Saran here as the chair of this session. Ambassador Pankaj Saran, you may be knowing that he is a diplomat, belongs to the Foreign Service, with almost 40 years of experience on foreign affairs, strategic and national security affairs. He has served in key positions within the Government of India and in the Prime Minister's Office, the National Security Council Secretariat, Ministry of External Affairs, and in Indian missions in Moscow, Dhaka, Washington, D.C., Cairo, and Geneva. He has served as India's ambassador to Russia and India's High Commissioner to Bangladesh and as head of the Northern Division in the Ministry of External Affairs, dealing with Nepal and Bhutan. He has also served in different capacities in the Prime Minister's Office, contributing to decision-making at the highest levels in a diverse range of sectors, including foreign affairs and national security. From 2018 to 2021, he served as the Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategic Affairs under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, dealing with regional and global strategy formulation, including maritime security and Arctic affairs, neighborhood policies and technology and economic security, a very wide range of disciplines. Ambassador Pankaj Saran is presently convener of NatStrat, a Delhi-based independent center for research on strategic and security issues, and a commentator on security and strategic issues. He is a distinguished fellow of the National Maritime Foundation and has contributed to publications and newspapers such as the Times of India, Hindustan Times, and the Economic Times. May I please request you to, you can have this.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Tandon, for this introduction and for inviting me today to this session. I also want to thank Ribon for the invitation to me. And it's always a pleasure to participate in the discussions of the FVNA, because I think what they are doing is quite remarkable, and keeping our focus on some of the most important strategic and security issues that affect all of us in India and indeed in the wider region as a whole. And I can share with you that what happens in this region is closely watched by everyone all over the world. And there is a huge amount of interest in how India deals with some of these issues. And I look forward to a very good and interesting and a frank discussion on some of these issues. So I really like the term weaponization of the One China policy, and look forward to different interpretations of what this means for India. So with these introductory words, maybe what we can do is perhaps get straight into the presentations by the two panelists. And then that may create the basis for discussion and question answers. And that might be also extremely enlightening and educative to clear our minds. And also, I would say, to see if we can come up with some points or indicators of what either India should do or either India should not do vis-a-vis China, and what we should expect from China in the coming years as China grows and enhances its military and economic and technological strengths. So all this is part and parcel of what we understand by China. So the whole question of One China policy, and I believe you had a very good discussion yesterday on many of these aspects, is important because, we obviously talk about China, but it is a complicated geography. It has a very complicated history. And it's important for Indians as a whole to be able to recall both the geography part of it as well as the historical context of contemporary China. That is really important because I feel that, especially maybe within the Indian younger generation, there is not much awareness of the origins of what is today called the People's Republic of China. So with these few words, may I invite our first speaker, Dr. Abhishek Kumar Darbe. He is a research fellow and at the Center for China Analysis and Strategy, and I believe his key areas of research are on China studies, on China-Africa relations, and the Chinese military. This is, of course, extremely important for us. So may I request Dr. Darbe to start and give us the benefit of his views, and then we can move on to the next panelist.
No, it's okay. Thank you, sir. I will speak from here. Thank you, sir. I will be speaking on One China policy and Africa. So how Africa formulates its One China policy. One China policy is still the minimalist policy in China-Africa relation. And today, 53 out of 54 countries recognizes the PRC. only one African country, Eswatini, maintains diplomatic relations with Taiwan. So in this, the one China policy in Africa varies from countries to countries, and there are countries that don't follow the third part of one China principle, which is the Taiwan is an inalienable part of China. And dollar diplomacy had been a driving factor for African countries in switching diplomatic relation from Taipei to Beijing and vice versa. And the competition between the ROC and the PRC to win a diplomatic partner led to the practice of dollar diplomacy. And for the PRC, the practice of dollar diplomacy become more prominent after reform and opening up in China in 1978. China began to offer financial rewards in the form of free aid loans in order to switch diplomatic ties from the ROC to the PRC. Few African countries have switched diplomatic relation several times, such as Liberia, Lesotho, Niger, Senegal, and Chad. Today, China can offer more, and therefore 53 out of 54 African countries recognizes the PRC. The financial reward or aid or loans are provided by China to African countries are under the BRI, and the practice of dollar diplomacy or financial offers has gone beyond one China policy or Taiwan issue. Many African countries are indebted to China, and in the given scenario, China enjoys the leverage in negotiating with African countries on their terms. In the case of indebted nation to China, it has become easier to minimize the diplomatic space for Taiwan in Africa, and African countries with the highest external debt to China are Angola 36.3 billion US dollar, Ethiopia 7.9 billion US dollar, and Kenya 7.4 billion US dollar. China often conflates one China policy or Taiwan issue with debt distress and its economic influence in Africa. So one China policy have guaranteed diplomatic victory for China. One China principle has basically guaranteed diplomatic victory for China, but it has failed to check Taiwan's pressure in various forms in the continent, which is a serious concern for the PRC. Some African countries promote Taiwan's presence in their land, and there are two reasons for it. First, they benefit from the trade relation, and second, it helps them to negotiate better with China. Taiwan maintains one embassy and four missions in Africa, and the only one country that recognizes the ROC is Eswatini, and that maintains embassy of ROC. And there are representative offices in Somaliland and Nigeria, Pretoria, and Cape Town. And they also maintain Taiwan Trade Center in 5 countries: Algeria, Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. Taiwan provides visa services for 45 African countries at their embassies and missions, which is in Eswatini and Pretoria and Nigeria. And the total trade volume between Taiwan and Africa is 6.235 billion US dollar in 2021, and 6 African countries are maintaining trade relation with Taiwan, and their bilateral trade volume is with South Africa is the highest, 2,292 million US dollar. Nigeria and Taiwan is 625 million US dollar. Egypt and Taiwan is 639 million US dollar. Kenya, Taiwan is 152 million dollar. And few African countries like Nigeria and South Africa, their one China policy negotiate better with the Chinese one China principle. For instance, in the case of Nigeria, they established diplomatic relation with the PRC in 1971, and in 1991, they invited Taiwanese government to establish a Taiwan trade center. And in 2001, they invited them in their capital to set up a new Taiwan Trade Center. Chinese government complained about it, and after 16 years, in 2017, Nigerian government agreed to it, and they shifted back from capital city to Lagos. So in between, in 16 years, Nigeria negotiated with the Chinese government because they wanted to shift the Taiwan trade office from capital city to Lagos. And anti-secession law also influences China's Africa's one China policy, and this is the law that prevents Taiwan's succession from China and promote unification. In Africa, only 21 out of 54 countries supported the law, and 33 of them did not supported the law. And 10 among 21 which have stated support for the law are maintaining trade relation with Taiwan, such as Zambia, Niger, Nigeria, Libya, Egypt, Eritrea, Gabon, Ethiopia, etc. One of the purpose of this law is to check the expansion of non-diplomatic engagement of Taiwan, and which is basically practically Taiwan is considered as an independent sovereign state, is a concern for the Chinese. This law questions the aspiration of the people in Taiwan, and many African countries are not supporting it. Unlike One China principle, this law is not compulsory for the Africans, and they don't support. It is not supported by all countries. Very limited countries support this law. I will stop here.
Good. This is a very good, I think, overview, and it shows. I think some of the picture that you presented shows that it is not a uniform situation. I mean, when you go into the approach to the Taiwan's offices, or even the distinction between political relations and trade relations is very, very important. And what you talked about, the Nigerian kind of diplomatic negotiation on the location itself of the office. So it just shows the the influence of China, but also at the same time, some of the African countries like Eswatini and others have shown the courage to actually continue with their relations with Taiwan. But this distinction between diplomatic and political ties and trade and economic is important. And I think you mentioned some 23 countries which are actually trading with Taiwan. Yeah, so that's a big number. May I now request our second speaker, a panelist, Dr. Professor Peter Rutland, who is Professor of Government and the Colin and Nancy Campbell Chair for Global Issues and Democratic Thought at the Wesleyan University. Professor Rutland is an expert in contemporary Russian nationalism, politics, and economy, and he has studied Russia and the former Soviet Union for over 3 decades. Incidentally, he has also spoken at the Foundation's earlier program on Sino-Russian relations. And I believe Professor Rutland will speak today on the One China policy and Russia. I think this is an extremely important issue at this particular point in time. And I look forward to his remarks, as well as possibly what he may tell us about the current state of the relationship between China and Russia as a whole, going beyond the One China policy. So, Professor Rutland, you're most welcome to start, and you have the floor, and we look forward to your remarks. Over to you.
Thank you so much for the invitation and for hosting me. It's a great honor to take part in this gathering, and I'm fascinated to hear the discussions because the Ukraine war is of global significance, and the solutions will have to be a global solution involving countries such as India in trying to unpack the confrontation between Russia and the West. I hope you can see my PowerPoint. I don't think I can control my PowerPoint on the screen here, so I will ask the organizers to advance it for me when I say next slide, please. Yes, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to take part in the conversations yesterday, but anyway, I'm here today. So next slide, please. So just as background, it's kind of obvious point to make, but Russia has always been a very strong supporter of the One China policy. It opposes the secession of Taiwan. It opposes US security guarantees for Taiwan, US provision of weapons to Taiwan, and it opposes more generally US military presence in the Indo-Pacific region. And Andrei Kortunov, a leading Russian scholar, argued already in 2021, in October 2021, that Russian rhetoric about One China policy had become more assertive. This is before the Ukraine invasion. So Kortunov wrote, over the past 10 to 15 years, the US has developed a rather nasty habit of inciting its friends and partners to make risky and reckless decisions, and then abandoning these friends and partners when the latter has to pay the bill. The reliability of American guarantees has been seriously and permanently undermined. So that is a key argument that Russia is making, that the United States is an unreliable ally. And the main case they have in mind, of course, is the abrupt departure from Afghanistan, which came as a shock to American allies. After 20 years of commitment, the US just walked away, ran away. And so I think Russia was emboldened by the Afghanistan experience to assume that America will not get involved in Ukraine. And other examples that Kortunov cited was the Russian attack on Georgia in 2008 and the annexation of Crimea in 2014, neither of which caused any serious repercussions from the United States. So here we have more recently in September 22, the meeting of this Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Tashkent, where again we saw Putin expressing his support for the One China policy. Next slide, please. Okay, I've organized my talk into these two broad categories of factors which make it more likely to see conflict over Taiwan in the wake of the Ukraine war, and factors that make it less likely. So starting with the more optimistic points, these are the arguments about why the Ukraine war makes conflict over Taiwan less likely, makes a Chinese invasion less likely. First, the Ukraine war has shown that the new generation of technologies, anti-aircraft, anti-ship, anti-tank weapons are devastatingly effective, and this favors the defense. So this enabled Ukraine to defend itself when Kiev was attacked, and now, unfortunately, it's enabling Russia to defend itself against Ukrainian counteroffensive. So this technology favors the defense. And in the case of Taiwan, Taiwan is the defending power. So Taiwan's representative in the US said on 30th of May that Ukraine's success in defending itself will deter China from attacking Taiwan. Second point is that in general, the US Western weapons have performed more effectively in Ukraine than the Russian weapons. A lot of surprise that the Russian Air Force has not been able to establish air superiority, even though the Russian Air Force vastly outnumbers the Ukrainian Air Force. So it's not just that the defensive weapons are more effective, it's that the Russian weapons are less effective. More generally, Russia's debacle in Ukraine has weakened its standing politically, militarily, and economically, and the failed Wagner mutiny last month just reinforced this sense that Russia is not stable and reliable an ally as China might have supposed. Final point is that the sanctions that the Western powers imposed on Russia have not crippled the Russian economy, but they have impacted the Russian economy quite severely. And China, given its concern about reviving economic growth, China must be worried that Western sanctions on China would be at least as impactful as they've been on Russia. Next slide, please. The other broad reason for thinking that China may be more cautious after the Ukraine war is that before the Ukraine war, divisions in the Western alliance were growing. President Macron of France talked about NATO being brain dead in 2019, but the Ukraine war has reunified Europe behind the US and even has strengthened NATO with Finland and Sweden joining the alliance. Again, previously, the European Union was very reluctant to join President Trump's trade war with China. I think the unification around Ukraine and the fact that China is supporting Russia in Ukraine has made it more likely that the European Union will go along with more assertive US policy towards China. I've got a couple more examples there, but in the interest of time, I'll move on. Next slide, please. The Ukraine war has also seen America's allies in the Eastern Pacific, in the East Asia, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan all joined the sanctions on Russia. Japan has promised to boost its defense budget by 100%. In response, Russia added Taiwan to the unfriendly countries and territories list. And in the summer of 22, Taiwan canceled the visa-free travel regime for Russians, which had been introduced in 2018. So we see that this, the economic and some cultural ties between Russia and China have decreased. And at the same time, the US has been stepping up its arms sales to Taiwan. And for the first time now, just last week, President Biden was announced that he would be sending some weapons to Taiwan under presidential drawdown authority, which means he can take the weapons from the stockpiles without getting congressional approval. Next slide, please. However, there are some ways in which the Ukraine war makes conflict over Taiwan more likely. First of all, back to the point about the reliability of the US as an ally, even though the US has been sending weapons to Ukraine, it hasn't been sending its own troops. So there's a clear red line that the United States does not want to get involved in direct combat with Russia. And if you extrapolate that to Taiwan, it implies that the US would also be unwilling to use its own forces to help defend Taiwan. Although obviously we don't know the answer to that question. It's all speculation and extrapolation. Secondly, former National Security Advisor on Russia, Fiona Hill, who's a very cautious person, said that the Ukraine war highlights the decline of the United States. Bluntly put, the US was trying to deter Russia from attacking Ukraine, and it failed. The deterrence didn't work, and the threat of sanctions did not deter Russia. So that key strategy of the United States failed. And if deterrence failed in Ukraine, maybe deterrence will also fail in regard to Taiwan. Next point is that the US has spent over $110 billion in the last 18 months in aid to Ukraine, of which about 43 billion is military aid, which is a colossal sum of money, and it's depleted the stocks of ammunition and missiles in the US arsenal. So there's simply less arms available to be sent or sold to Taiwan. More broadly, I think the depressing conclusion from the Ukraine war is that this shows that war is still possible in the 21st century, that one country can attack a neighbor for no reason, with no warning, and that the costs of war on both sides, on all sides, are very high indeed. So nobody is winning from the Ukraine war. Everybody is losing. And so that's a rather depressing picture. In the interest of time, I will speed up. I also talk briefly about the economics of the relationship, but I think maybe I should probably stop at this point. And if we want to come up in the Q&A, I'm happy to talk about the economics. Broadly speaking, China and India have increased their purchases of Russian oil, and this is giving important dollar revenue to Russia. Next slide, please. The political response of China has been that it accepts the Russian narrative on the Ukraine war, has sided with Russia at the UN, and picked up even this Russian notion of indivisible security, which means Russia has a veto basically over the security policy of its neighbors. But there are some signs that China may be distancing itself a little bit from the Russian position. For example, President Xi has been quite clear about the inadmissibility of the use of nuclear weapons, something which Russia has not ruled out. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I also see some question marks on the Russian side, even though they announced a no limits partnership, and President Putin and Xi have met over 40 times. They've stepped up their joint military exercises, including an exercise involving Russian ships passing through Taiwanese waters. At the same time, Russia is wary of China. It's aware that China is the stronger partner. It's aware that China is pushing a very hard deal on its oil and gas projects in Russia. And so I think the balance between Russia and China remains uncertain. And the Carnegie scholar Mikhail Korostikov said, a year and a half after the start of the war, interaction between the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China proceeds basically according to the same rules as before. So I think the Ukraine war increased the stress on the Russia-China relationship, but didn't fundamentally change it. Final slide, please. It's often forgotten that China had large economic interests in Ukraine before the war, not as big as its imports and exports to Russia, but still it was expanding in Ukraine and actually signed a lease on a vast amount of Ukrainian farmland. So the economic damage from the Ukraine war has also impacted China. So on that point, I will conclude and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Professor Rutland, for this wonderful summary and insights into this very, very critical relationship, which has been directly impacted by the Ukraine conflict, as you have brought out. And this is an area that there is a huge deal of interest in India to study and to understand, not just what is happening today, but also in terms of its medium-term and long-term impact on Taiwan, on the Russia-China relationship, and how these two major powers are going to deal with each other, and also separately deal with the collective West, which is the United States and Europe. So these are critical questions and part and parcel of the whole discussion about the future of Taiwan and what we make of various Chinese documents regarding reunification and completion of their unfulfilled dream and ambition to reunite. And this point about whether Ukraine has increased or not the chances of a conflict over Taiwan, and as in your opinion, you say that the prospects have reduced, although there is another body of opinion which argues that the chances of more tensions over Taiwan might have actually grown. But anyway, we will discuss all this and I look forward to the discussion. If I now throw the floor open for questions, and do feel free to, because this is a good opportunity for us to, try to understand in more detail about Chinese behavior and also, very importantly, how other powers are reacting to the current Chinese foreign policy pronouncements. So while we have the African presentation on the one side, which raises a completely separate set of issues, we have the Russia and the United States angle, which is also very different. So may I invite the participants to raise questions? Anyone would like to? Yes, please. Would you like to? Sure. So we start with you. And maybe you can request everyone to introduce themselves and then ask the questions. And if you have any particular person to whom you would like to ask the question, please do identify.
I have my first question for Abhijit. So you were talking about, I'm Venus Upadhyay from the Epoch Times. You were talking about.
Can you use the mic so that he can hear also,
Okay.
Mr. Because it goes online. Yeah.
Wait, is
Yeah,
it-
that's good. That's fine.
Okay. Do I need to push? Oh, okay.
Just
Okay,
you
fine.
can lower the mic a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. So you were talking about Africa and Taiwan. I recently saw this Chinese lot of propaganda on human rights in Africa. And the Chinese have created a Global South Human Rights Forum, which consists of only, African nations. And they have a specific website devoted to just this. And recently they also had a conference. So the website itself looks like, Global Times website, that kind of a thing. So it's a comment as well as a question, and maybe your viewpoints as well. That somewhere human rights and the propaganda and the Chinese narrative on human rights, the West narrative on human rights and the Chinese narrative on human rights. Because the African nations are so much economically dependent on China today, the Chinese are also trying to bring in a new narrative of human rights in Africa. So vis-a-vis human rights, where do you see this entire spectrum of China and one China policy in Africa vis-a-vis human rights?
Most of the time, the African countries go with the Chinese and they don't oppose to what China says most of the time. Either in the case of Urumqi rights or any other domestic violence in China. So Africa never opposes China related to any human rights violences happening in China or to which Chinese are supporting. So the relation is very strong and most of the time the African, they support the Chinese.
But we kind of just watching it unfold. I said we're just watching it unfold.
Well, I think
Yeah, please go ahead.
uh,
We are watching a calamity unfold, or if I have to put it in harsh words.
Well, I think if I can understand what Professor Darbe is saying, you know, to expect the African nations to push back against China is unrealistic because, it's an asymmetrical situation. So I don't. So Africa is not going to be a continent where you will see a kind of uh, you know, getting locked into geopolitical or geostrategic competition with China. Africa, with all due respect, is more of a playground for major power rivalry and competition. And I think the Africans understand this, and I think there was a stage in their development. That's my uh, view, and I stand to be corrected, where because of their colonial past, whether it was the British or the French or anyone else, they were very wary and suspicious of the Western development and political agenda. Because remember that I think in the immediate post-colonial period, when all the rules-based order was being constructed, uh, I mean, again, it was fairly one-sided because it was the victorious powers and the largely Western-dominated world which was formulating these rules of engagement, how the world would be arranged and organized. And I think there the Africans were still smarting under the stress and the miseries of the colonial period. So there was a natural reluctance to welcome the West. And, there was a lot of political instability.
Maybe I'll frame my question better. I mean, as you said, that Africa is just a playground. So since the Chinese are increasingly manipulating various multilateral forums and creating their own rules and regulations, isn't it high time that the West, as well as India, start to make their own policy? Aren't we also playing a role in that playground, or are we just letting Chinese do what they want to do?
Yeah, so that's a good point. I mean, I think what happened is that we went through maybe different phases. So the first phase was this anti-Western, kind of a sentiment. That's what China capitalized upon. And so there was a period of relative neglect by the West towards Africa, and also the pushback by Africa. And that is the period in which China capitalized and exploited this bit of a strategic vacuum and moved in very, very fast. I think we are entering the next phase of this Chinese and this geopolitical reality in Africa, where the Africans are now beginning to realize that the Chinese entry into Africa was also not without its own problems and very serious problems. So I think we are entering that next phase where they have tested the West, they have tested China, and they are now today finding that the Chinese policies in Africa are not as altruistic as the Chinese initially. And so that euphoria and that kind of, you know, the image that China created for itself is now increasingly being questioned one after another in Africa. So maybe we are entering a phase today where the shine has been taken off the Chinese policies towards Africa as a kind of a benevolent, undemanding development partner. So maybe we are today at a stage where we have to ourselves reinvent both the West and countries like India. I wouldn't club India and the West in the same basket because we have a very different equation with Africa and a different history. But in our own quiet way, we have been fairly active in most parts of Africa. Maybe there are some which are not. But
Quiet way, I mean, what does that mean?
well,
If I may know.
yeah, within our resources, because there is a capacity limitation in India. So you cannot match China dollar for dollar. You don't have that kind of money. But you have other strengths. I mean, you have, what you try to do, say, for example, let's say in a country like Ethiopia, for example, is that, education, teaching, skill development. So wherever you can get in and contribute, you have been doing that. We started the India-Africa summit process 15 years ago. So for the first time, we had all the 54 African leaders in Delhi. So this was like a renewal of our outreach to Africa. But despite this disillusionment with China and the shine coming out of the BRI and One Belt, One Road and everything else. So coming back to the topic, I think they still find it very difficult to challenge China on the one China policy. They're not happy with China. They find there are so many downsides to the Chinese development model in Africa. But yet, because of China's, preponderance and domination of its, its ability to project power, there is a problem. I mean, and why just talk about Africa? I mean, I think there's Europe, which is actually also very cautious on Taiwan, on the one China policy, and they're not exactly rushing in to establish diplomatic ties with Taiwan, or even for example, to diverge a bit, even receive His Holiness the Dalai Lama in Europe. So European leaders, European countries. So, I think our expectations from the Africans have to be, more realistic. So I think that's what my sense is. But any other comment? Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm Weaponisation.
You need a mic so that he can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. My Wing Commander, Bakshi, I'm a military advisor to the International Committee of Red Cross.
Oh,
And I'm been to all these countries in Africa, training their armed forces, and Ukraine and Belarus and Poland, all these countries. I've seen them joining NATO, and I've seen all that. But my question is very interestingly comes up from this aspect of Africa. In 1947, sir, I gather that Prime Minister Nehru, late Prime Minister Nehru, he had brought out a movement of Asia-African Union, and it went for 1 week in New Delhi. It was then Indonesia was called, and Bandung took over. It is that there the China took over this movement, and this movement got subdued at that time. But the China, now when it comes to the problem is, the China stole the march on all countries and started developing when we started neglecting. So, sir, my question arises that now wherever we now to try to have joint development programs, say start from Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Burma, Myanmar, down to Indonesia, every country, there is one common factor, and that is China. China's interest is there. It is occupying everybody's islands. It is creating new islands. It is doing everything. And every country, most of these countries want to have jointness with Taiwan. So we have to ask all these countries from South Korea, Brunei, all these countries, how do you like to, what do you think of Taiwan? Should it be independent or not? They are very scared, but they actually want to support Taiwan. So do you think, sir, a time is coming that all these countries may think of having a co-prosperity joint sphere from trade to commerce, etc., everything, including cyber, tourism, and defense, to counter China, because China will not allow this thing to develop. China has already started saying, you are creating a NATO against me and against the Quad, against the Australia and America and England, India joining together. What do you think now, sir, will be the stand? Russia is very quiet. Russia's interference, as we have already said, in South China Sea is bare minimal, though they go around Taiwan all right. But the question is, they have not supported China in the South China Sea. So how do you think the current scenario is going to develop, keeping in view the Ladakh, which is coming up on our side? So India is going to play this game on two places, Ladakh as well as South China Sea, if we get active. So what do you think the scenario could be, sir?
So, thank you. I mean, and everyone, please feel free to jump into this conversation because it is getting more and more interesting. But so let me add to the fuel to the fire a little bit. Uh, Look, so we'll just stick to Africa for the moment and then come to Russia because that's a totally different theater and dynamic. So you raised the Southeast Asian. What I would say is, if you disaggregate, and you've raised many issues, but if you look at, say, for example, Singapore's relations with Taiwan, it's a very special relationship. And for historical reasons, the Chinese are comfortable with the kind of relationship Singapore has with Taiwan, including in the area of military exercises. So, I mean, the Singaporeans have themselves said it, that they know what they're doing, but it is in the full knowledge of the Chinese. And there is a certain modus vivendi that has been developed over decades and a certain exceptionalism, if I can use that term, insofar as Singapore's relations with Taiwan are concerned. But this exceptionalism does not apply to any other country in Southeast Asia or the Asia Pacific. When we talk of those countries that you have referred to, my sense is that they are extremely wary of, I mean, there is no question of political recognition or diplomatic ties with the Taipei government. But what we are sensing, and this is the sense we're picking up increasingly, is that as the US-China tensions over Taiwan have grown in the last, say, 1 or 2 years, the countries of the region are very wary of getting sucked into this. And frankly, if the current tensions between China and the United States over Taiwan continue to escalate or reach a point which is close to a hot war, if not a hot war, I think most countries in the region have calculated that it will be a complete disaster for everyone concerned. Everyone's going to suffer. First and foremost in economic terms and in trade terms. So people in that part of the world, I think, are quietly hoping that these tensions do not spiral out of control. That's really the sentiment. And, we have to remember, again, you talk of Africa, but the dependency on China in Southeast Asia is far greater than when you talk of African countries. And so they follow this rather very uniquely Southeast Asian kind of, foreign policy approach, where they have allowed this dependency to be built up. Indonesia, Thailand, and it's penetrated not just, and it's gone well beyond business. So it's into the governance, into military, into the whole thing. And Chinese investments and all are welcome in these countries. They don't block them. But on the other hand, they're not very happy with the situation of being dependent, so acutely dependent. So they also then keep a door open for the Americans and the Europeans, and to some extent, India. So that's on the regional issue. On the Afro-Asian, and what we did in the 50s and 60s, I think those days are gone. Today, that was the time, we must remember, when there was a certain context.
But the thought has carried on, sir.
The thought has carried on, but in a different way. It has mutated. So I think from Afro-Asian, you went to the non-aligned movement and Bandung, and non-aligned movement. And I think today, I don't want to simplify it too much, but maybe, and we can discuss it, the new incarnation of this sentiment is the Global South. Is the Global South. Because the Global South is not defined. There's no membership. It's a self-selecting club. But the idea is that we are the rest of the world. And we don't want to be called the rest of the world. We are the world. So this is where the action is. So this is by way of some comment. I think first the gentleman and then the, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, sir. My name is Dr. Sarojit Dudeja. The way we are going to have a conversation, I think this is moving towards again a bipolar world. Earlier we used to have a bipolar with USA and Russia, USSR. Then later on it was a multipolar. Then it was unstable octopuses. Then it became to a unipolar. Then it was again a unstable. Now again it's becoming a bipolar with USA and China. Do you think it's going to be much more stable than US and USSR, or things are moving that direction?
Again, this is a fundamental question, which I think strategic planners and policymakers are thinking about every day. I mean, you had just a month ago a series of US visitors to China. So if you try to examine why they went, what was the objective, uh, and what is the planning and what is the calculation in Washington about how to deal with China, these are big questions. But on the point about the bipolarity, look, in my opinion, um, the big change that has come in Washington is the recognition that China is the most significant major power in the world today. And, they have admitted through their national security strategy and all a certain degree of equivalence that has been given to China. So when you sit on the table and you look at China in the eye, that's what China wanted for the last 40 years, to be treated as an equal to the United States. And I think they've achieved that. Because if you look at US strategic pronouncements, it is now dominated by China. And it was not the case, say, in 2008 in the financial crisis or even 10 years ago. But today, they seem to have internalized the fact that China is their primary geostrategic and systemic threat to US power. So that is a big change. Now, what is going to be the nature of this kind of emergence of what you call bipolarity, uh, is something which we are living through as we speak. And so part of it is tactical, part of it is strategic, but I believe that in Washington there is, and I've been told that there is a bipartisan consensus on China. But yet, this is true. But what is also true is the reality of the relationship, that can you, I mean, so what do you want to do with China? I mean, you want to contain China? Do you want to limit China? Do you want to degrade China? Do you want to confront China? So what exactly is but one thing which is again coming out in literature from the US side is that this idea of decoupling or containment of China, both are slightly different, but if we talk about decoupling, which was which was talked about a lot, now reality is dawning that it is not possible to decouple. Just yesterday I was talking to someone and they told me that the entire US university system from MA, MPhil, PhD is completely dependent on Chinese students, to the extent that new hostel blocks and this and that are all being constructed. They're coming in the hundreds. The Indian students are nowhere there in that number. So decoupling, and I'm not even talking about trade, economy, etc. But yes, this is at the current. But for the future, this whole chips war and denying China that high technology. So apparently, there was the law passed by the United States, which apparently says that any US citizen who is found to be dealing have business dealings in the area of semiconductors and technology with any Chinese company could potentially lose his US citizenship. So that's another reality. So, but I think in the years to come, if we play our cards right, definitely, I think India will become more and more significant. Of course, we are very far away from China, but still, we have a lot of our own potential and strengths. So, whether it is going to be a classical bipolar world or whether there will be bipolarity with very strong elements of multipolarity is something which we have to consider. My own view is that we are not entering into any classical, I mean, at one level, one could argue that.
Sir, can I add more?
Yeah.
Recently, Dr. Henry Kissinger visited at the age of 100, and it was a very welcome by the Chinese Xi Jinping, and he has been visiting for more than 100 times. And because of him, Richard Nixon was able to resolve the problem of China and USA. So how you read John Kerry and Henry Kissinger visit? Is it just a casual visit or had some agenda on behalf of the White House?
No, look, I mean, Henry Kissinger was no friend of India, okay? His policies towards India and China were perhaps one of the worst policies any American administration has pursued towards India. So, but he has that history behind him that he was the architect of the US opening to China. I mean, let's not forget 1971. So he was the one at that administration that they actually recognized the PRC in lieu of the ROC and recognized the PRC, established diplomatic ties. So that's, but yeah, what is more interesting is this, this stream of US cabinet level visitors. So this is what I said, that there are both elements of trying to so-called formulate the guardrails of the relationship, that it doesn't fall off and you result in big crisis, or you manage. And, I was in China about a month ago. I can tell you they are completely obsessed with the United States. They are not seeing and not able to see any other relationship. This is the actual situation. So, and everyone, by the way, is waiting for the 2024 elections to see what happens and who enters the White House. But that again is going to make some difference in how this goes. But I don't want to take too much time, but I don't think when you ask that other point, which is also extremely important, whether this kind of a, if we use loosely the term bipolarity, is it going to be, how different is it going to be from the Soviet US situation? I think they're very, very different. But we can, let's open the floor to more comments and questions. That lady there, please. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Geeta Kochar from JNU. My question is to Professor Rutland, and I thought it's better to move to the presenters now. The point that I want to make is that, in China, when Hu Jintao was there as the president, the reforms were happening. There was whole call of harmonious world and everything. And when Xi Jinping came to power, there was a lot of hope, of a different sort, especially from the Tibetans as well, that, he would be more, soften on the Tibet issue, maybe on Taiwan issue as well. But what we see is a different change that has happened. It may be geopolitical. But considering that you mentioned, Putin has clearly stated, support for one China principle. And during the 40 meetings that he had with President Xi Jinping, there has been reiteration of the support for China's this one China principle. And looking at China, one China principle, I think from 70s, 80s, maybe even further back in time, we know that this whole Chinese mission itself is a very clear, idea which China is promoting, right, for decades. In fact, when Xi Jinping came with the China Dream, it was more clear that, what one China principle stands for. But my question is that when Russia, especially President Putin, is supporting Xi Jinping, what is China offering to Russia in not in terms of Ukraine thing? I mean, that's a very small issue. Are they looking at, a larger Russia, cohesion, especially going back to Soviet Union or something like that? Or would they stand for other, places like Turkestan, Kyrgyzstan, and all of these regions where China has bilateral interest, and especially when Xi Jinping is also promoting his BRI, as a signature project. So how do you see that whole thing of China-US relations evolving? Thank you.
Mhm. Yes, thank you. And that relates to the conversation about bipolar world. I think very clearly that China is comfortable with a bipolar world of China and the US. And I think the US is also comfortable with that world. But Russia is not, because where does Russia come in a world where the two main players are China and the US? So that is one of the factors, I think, in the Ukraine war, is that Putin is trying to use military force to get Russia back onto the front rank of powers, because he recognizes that they'd fallen away from the top of the tree. And I think, yes, I think you're right that in Central Asia, for example, Russian and Chinese interests are quite different. That the economic interests are directly competing, and China is being more successful than Russia in integrating with the Central Asian economies. And so that is something, part of their relationship, where the Russians and Chinese have to kind of manage that relationship and pretend everything is okay when it's not really okay between them. But I think what China wants from Russia is just a peace along that 4,000-kilometer border. So they don't want instability coming from Russia into China, but at the same time, China is not particularly interested in helping Russia to develop economically. So Chinese investments into Russia, including the projected second natural gas export pipeline, have been very modest. They're dragging out the negotiations. They're driving a very hard bargain over the price for oil and gas from Russia. So I think the relationship is not as rosy as it appears from the rhetoric. And more broadly, the point I would make with regard to the Africa debate, which was very interesting, is that China's main impact is through its economy, right? Whereas in the Cold War, the relationship between the US and the Soviet Union was driven by fear of nuclear annihilation, and there were no economic relations between the US and the Soviet Union. China's rise is driven by its expanding economy, and the security and military issues are in second or third place. And that's why I think we should be cautiously optimistic about the capacity of the United States and China to find a modus vivendi, because the economic relations between them are very important for both sides. We're talking about 10 or 20% of GDP of both those countries is connected to each other. So decoupling is going to be very slow, difficult process. And this applies also to Taiwan, of course, where 70% of the world's microchips are manufactured in Taiwan. So everybody, including Russia and China, are dependent on Taiwan for their chips. And so it'll take years for other countries to develop that capacity. And not every country will be able to develop the capacity to manufacture high-end chips. So that's been the key factor in Taiwanese exceptionalism. I think exceptionalism is a very useful concept to use. It's very difficult to use because each exception is exceptional. But I think Taiwan's economic role in the development of the semiconductor industry is a vital part of the story. A final question for our colleagues studying Africa is the question of peacekeeping. That a big change, of course, in 2015 or so was China's decision to start sending combat troops to UN peacekeeping operations. And I think the record has not been terribly successful in South Sudan, where they had 3,000 or so peacekeepers in 2016. Some of them were killed. And so I think China's efforts to increase its footprint from diplomacy and economics to include some more security dimension, that's not been completely successful. But I'll be interested to hear other people's opinion about that question.
Thank you. There is a question online for you, Professor Rutland, if I can just read it out. Yeah, it's a continuation of what you just discussed. The question is, what is Russia's One China policy? Does it confirm Tibet, East Turkestan as part of China, even though they're not Chinese? Would you like to comment on this?
Yes. Russia has resolved all of its own border disputes with China, and so Russia's been fairly consistent in accepting Taiwan, Tibet, Xinjiang as part of the People's Republic of China. So there's no ambiguity in the Russian position on those topics. Where there is some ambiguity is on the question of secession of provinces leaving sovereign states, because China's policy on that, of course, is very firmly in favor of territorial integrity of sovereign members of the United Nations. And Russia used to have that kind of position as well, up until the Kosovo crisis in Yugoslavia in 1999, when the Russians opposed the secession of Kosovo and the US supported the secession of Kosovo. And after that, Russia started to change its position and said, well, if you accept the secession of Kosovo, we are going to accept the secession of Abkhazia and Ossetia from the Republic of Georgia, which they did in 2008. So in 2008, Russia broke with this no secession principle and said, well, to protect the human rights of people in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, we're going to help them to secede from Georgia. And then, of course, they did the same thing with Crimea in 2014 and with Donbass in February 22. So Russia has broken with its previous policy of no secession and has recognized those secessionist republics. And I think that puts China in a very difficult position, because China does not want to accept the principle of secession.
Very, very interesting. There's a question from the corner of the table. You want to ask? Oh, Master, of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. My question with Mr. Abhishek, that in Kenya some years back, there was a news that the Chinese companies are behaving racial discrimination on Kenya, and there was mass protest. And I have seen some news. And some of the BRI projects, like Tanzania, Uganda, many of they are debt trap, and there are a lot of news coming up, all these issues. So what it is making in the Africa? Is there any this debt in Sri Lanka and other countries, and which is very much creating a fear of this development from the China, and China itself downgrading BRI at the moment. So what has created the impact on all these?
Sir, debt distress is serious in the case of Africa, and Angola, Kenya is among the top who are indebted to the Chinese. And the infrastructure that Chinese are building will help the Chinese, will help the Africans, but at the same time, it will be, the negotiation is in favor of the Chinese, because they are indebted and they are not able to pay back the loans they have taken. This is one problem. And so in Chinese are also building nearly 50 seaports, and all are Chinese invested seaports, and they have also overseas base in Djibouti. So the negotiation is largely in favor of the Chinese. So in the longer run, I think the African continent will be a deciding factor for China to be
BRI, all projects in all over the world in the favor of China. That is not in Africa case. This is case of in Southeast Asian countries, And that is why Nepal had not able to, yeah. But, yeah. But it's a BRI, it's a, I'm in the debt and everybody, there is all the negotiation, interest rate, conditions, framework of that project implementation are in favor of China. Everywhere, not in Africa only.
There is a pattern. First, the Chinese are trying to exploit the mineral resources. So they are investing in the mineral resources and also in the market. So they are improving the infrastructure in the mining sector and also the transport sector, and how they can basically transport the mineral resource to China easily. And the second is they are looking for market. So they are developing the nearby markets, and so they are building infrastructure, keeping in mind the mining sector and the market. And the roads and the transportation is also built according to their need, that they want to import minerals. So they are developing infrastructure according to them.
Any other? Yes, please.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah.
Hi. My name is Han Ping. I'm TCC. I'd like to thank the foundation for hosting such a meaningful event. It's been a very useful and informative discussion. I hope it's audible. Sorry. My question is, I was wondering if a one China policy can exist at the same time with active engagement with Taiwan. I understand these are basically two contradictory concepts, but then given that India in recent years, has not reiterated the one China policy, and then India has been standing up for its own best interest vis-a-vis China. I was wondering if India could set an example for the global south in our today's discussion here, and that's basically my question here. I'll be pleased if the chair here or
what should India stand be? What are you trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is that I understand that one China policy here, it basically, the Beijing doesn't want the foreign government to interact with Taiwan, to have any relations with Taiwan. It has to go through Beijing. But then me being someone from the TECC, the Taiwan Mission, we basically would like to promote Taiwan-India relations. And then the fact that India has not reiterated or mentioned the one China policy for such a long time. And then India, in fact, if I understand correctly, India, when it set up established diplomatic relations in the 1950s, apparently the communiques has not actually used the word one China policy. So maybe that has created more opportunities or flexibilities here for India to engage more actively with Taiwan. And then another point I would like to raise here is that in 2021, the former Secretary, U.S. Secretary Pompeo, he has released a press statement asking all the U.S. government to lift all the shackles, all the or self-imposed restrictions on the on the U.S.-Taiwan relations. So that actually sets up a good example here for asking all the executive branches to actually think to I suppose to interact, to engage with Taiwan normally as it is. So
No, that's
sorry, it's a long question, but then
you asked two questions. I'll request both the panelists to at least be the first responders.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to respond, and then I invite Professor Rutland for his views? So would you like to respond
You
to?
respond, please.
Sorry?
You respond. I'm not very clear about it.
No, he's asking, do you think, if I can summarize, that the time has come for India to pursue a more active engagement and policy towards Taiwan? That's his first point. And second is, he's saying that the previous US administration had, especially Pompeo, had made some statements which opened the doors and for greater engagement by different countries, and especially the United States, towards Taiwan. But maybe you can talk about or your views on what he's saying. Basically saying, India, please do more with Taiwan. So if you like to comment. Yeah, you can, I mean, based on your African studies or anything else, would you like to respond?
India can more engage with the Taiwanese in the education sector and sending more students to Taiwan, and also expanding the economic relation and giving more space to the Chinese to the Taiwanese in the electronics and industry and other sector. Semiconductors.
I noticed you've said everything except what you wanted to hear. Yes, please. No, wait, I thought we'd first give it to the two panelists, then you can come. Professor Rutland, would you have any comments on, because he represents the Taiwan, the economic and commercial center, so we have the best possible representative from Taiwan here.
Yes, I can't speak to India's role in this, but I would say that the US has clearly stepped up its interactions with Taiwan, and there's a debate, of course, here about whether US involvement with the Ukraine war is detracting from their relationship with Taiwan politically and in terms of weapons and economics, and so that debate is continuing. But I think overall, I'm quite optimistic that the breakdown of relations between the Democratic and Republican parties that happened in the Trump administration, that of course, if Donald Trump does get reelected again in 2024, that will be, I think, a disaster for the United States and for the world, because those divisions will return. But in the meantime, I think the Congress, Republicans and Democrats, do have a pretty strong consensus on support for Ukraine, and they do have an even stronger consensus, I think, for support for Taiwan. So I think I'm generally fairly optimistic that the stable relations will continue from the US side.
Thank you so much. You wanted to say something, Jack?
So I wanted to add, I've come on television discussions on this case, and the number of times we have discussed China-India relationship. At one time, it was a heated discussion going on, and finally, I had said that India must change its policy. We must recognize Taiwan, open our embassy in Delhi, and recognize Tibet to teach China a lesson. That is what I had said. I said it 3 times, not once. So, sir, this is my personal opinion, not any organizational opinions.
Yes, please. And then the lady after.
Yeah, the way gentleman from Taiwan is trying to convince that India should have a Taiwan, I think they should also share their technology on semiconductor, and it's not being, Foxconn has withdrawn, and there are many more countries that India and China, Taiwan can be a good friends if we exchange our technology also. India needs very badly, and recently it was a very big problem for India, and USA is denying to transfer technology. They are just giving us assembly or packaging and all this. They are not transferring technology. So Taiwan can be a good friend if they transfer the technology also.
Sure. Absolutely. Semiconductors is the next big.
Recently, but there's some hitches to.
Yeah, Foxconn is that good.
Yeah, but something about the semiconductor setting up of manufacturing units also, they've not been able to achieve a consensus.
They refused to transfer technology. They want just India to have a packaging and other things rather than a transfer technology.
Challenges also that are coming into, there are talks are going on right now.
There are multiple issues actually in this whole semiconductor technology. But please.
No, I just wanted to add one thing in the sense that we do understand Taiwan's, sentiments and do reciprocate in ways Indian government has done that. And I'm not talking about what Indian government has done or not. But in terms of what we have seen from the university perspectives, is that when we try to engage with Taiwan on cultural issues, on cultural exchanges, on educational issues, there's a lot of gap. I mean, from the Taiwanese side itself, in the sense, say, for example, when I was looking for a Taiwanese who can speak in Hindi and talk about India-Taiwan relations, there's not even a single person, not even a single scholar. You see, I mean, that is the gap that is existing. So, I mean, if I want to find somebody from mainland China, I can easily find somebody who knows Hindi, who can talk about India-China relations from that perspective. But in Taiwan, you can't, you see. And when we were talking a few years back, I'm saying, let's just go a decade, maybe almost back, there was a lot of, job opportunities for our students going for interpretations and everything. And there was a lot of collaboration that was happening in industries, as Abhishek is saying. He was also a student of JNU and, he knows well about all of that. Is that in the industries itself, when we wanted Taiwanese to come and invest a lot in our industries, the major hinge the Taiwanese felt was cultural, non-affinity, in the sense they can't have the Chinese food here, they can't sustain with the cultural differences that we have. And so they found ease in investing in mainland China, and which is where they have a lot of dependency now. You see, I mean, had Taiwan looked to India, the new southbound policy that they have now, if they would have looked to India from that perspective at that point of time, by now we would have different kind of relationship. May not be a very official as an embassy of Taiwan in India, but quite deeper engagements, I think.
Yeah, very interesting. Anyone else?
Once more.
Professor Kondopalli, you want to say the last word? No, please. Yes.
Taiwan, and what are the challenges that we're facing?
I have a question to ask Professor.
So just one second. I think he wanted to say something. And
Sir, give me the mic. Yeah. Can I?
Come, why don't you? Yeah, please.
Sir, what's your opinion about a recent visit or any question whether USA will continue support to Taiwan the way they are planning to attack in Taiwan on 24? What will be the position of USA for Taiwan? Yeah.
So I will reserve my comments for the now. So we were just looking for Professor Kondopalli, then after that I'll come back.
Yeah, I have a few questions to the panelists. What is the, yes. What can Russia do on Taiwan Straits military situation if there is an invasion of Taiwan by the PLA? That's number one question that I have for Professor Rutland. As you know, February 4th joint statement between Xi Jinping and Putin mentioned about the limitless partnership, and the same joint statement also mentioned about Taiwan. Of course, we know the one China policy that Russia follows, but the February 4th statement, joint statement, went farther than they have mentioned before. So that is one question that I have on what is the scenario where the Russians could help the Chinese in Taiwan invasion scenarios. Number two is Moscow had denied visa to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And when and of course, the United States itself has revised its Tibet policy by receiving the Dalai Lama in the Maple Room instead of the Oval Room. Is an indication of the status of head of the state and religious personality. So there is the US and Russia reluctant to, kind of support Of course, late Trump had passed the TPSA, Tibet Policy Support Act. But nevertheless, we have seen from the administration's point of view, there is the one China policy still intact by the Russians, by the Americans. So I just wanted to raise these questions and ask why this has happened.
Professor Rutland? Your
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. In terms of Russia's role in a potential future conflict in Taiwan, I think the main role would be economic, that Russia would be able to provide energy to China through its pipeline routes. So if there was an economic blockade of China, obviously this is the kind of worst case scenario. If there's interference with supplies going into the People's Republic by sea, Russia would be a vital land corridor for China. I think that's the main potential role for Russia. In the past, Russia was an important supplier of advanced weapons to China, but I think now China's own capacity to develop those weapons has reached a level higher than Russia, and also Russia itself is struggling to to manufacture enough arms and ammunition to fight the war in Ukraine. So I think the military dimension of the Russia-China relations is now less important, and it's mainly about energy supply and economic ties.
Thank you. You had another question, I think, to him.
One on Tibet, the Russian policy on Tibet, and of course the American policy on Tibet.
I haven't followed the Russian policy on Tibet particularly closely, but I don't think there's been any shift in their position of the one China policy being the bedrock.
Any other?
I have a question for Professor Atlanta. He mentioned that China's global security lends from Russia's indivisible security. I want him to elaborate on that. What does he mean?
Sure. Did you get that?
Well,
I mean, yeah.
Yes. So Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, started using this concept of indivisible security to justify Russia being given a seat at the table, mainly in the context of European security. So it was a way of saying Russia is being excluded from NATO, and you have to take our views into account. So that's the kind of code word that Russia is using, that security has to be indivisible. And some of that concept language has been used by some Chinese diplomats. So I'm not sure how much importance to give to those language games, but this is the work of diplomacy, and so diplomats do take those kind of words very, very seriously. I myself don't find the indivisible security approach very convincing, because it's obvious that everybody's security is mutually dependent. The question is, what are the terms and conditions on which you interact? And so Russia, by attacking a neighboring country, has violated basic terms of mutual respect. So I find it not a very convincing intellectual framework on which to build a relationship.
You also mentioned about the Russian rhetoric about unification, and that they became more assertive in 2021 after the US withdrawal from Afghanistan. What has that got to do with Taiwan? And can you elaborate on that a bit more?
Well, I guess that Russia was signaling its potential support for a more aggressive Chinese policy towards Taiwan. So again, these are subtle signaling, but the Russian scholars noticed that shift. So the Russia-China relationship has gone up and down over the years, over the past 10 or 20 years. And in 21, it seemed to be strengthening. So we can see in retrospect that Russia was probably working on a stronger relationship with China, knowing that they were going to invade Ukraine. So Russia was very keen to have China's support at the UN in its actions in Ukraine. So as it were, to reciprocate, Russia was signaling to China that they were 100% behind whatever China wanted to do with Taiwan.
Yeah, I think, this point about likely Russian reaction in the event of conflict in Taiwan is really very critical and requires a lot of discussion. I think the point which Professor Kondapalli made is, and so, you can build so many different scenarios on what kind of a situation we might face, and therefore correspondingly how Russia will behave both diplomatically, economically, militarily, etc. So that's, I think, a subject of a full discussion. But anyone else? Well, on your point, on this visit of Henry Kissinger, and I personally, that's my personal opinion, I don't think we are heading to any conflict between the US and China on Taiwan. Although some commentators believe that, I mean, those who believe otherwise, their argumentation is as follows, that if China's rise and growth as a power, militarily and otherwise, is going to continue, then is it better to cut or clip China's wings now using Taiwan, or should we just let it rise as it is in the trajectory that it is going? So those people who argue that we are closer to a Taiwan conflict than we were before, the justification for that position is somewhat like this, that if we have to prevent or preempt an even stronger China and make life even more difficult for us to prevent any forceful reunification, then we better do it now rather than after 10 or 20 years. So but there is the other view, which Professor Ratlin holds, that the prospects of any invasion or reunification today are less. So we'll have to watch. My own view is that Taiwan is an issue in the United States, in the Congress and the administration, but I don't see anyone kind of rushing into this. And I think from my point of view, if there is a misstep or a miscalculation by China on the Taiwan issue, it will be one of the gravest strategic mistakes that China would have made. And it will have major repercussions and impact on China. I mean, much more than Ukraine. So that's my own view. You had a question? Yeah, please. You want to come to the mic?
Good evening. My name is Keshav and I work with the print. My question is a two-part question, but it's on the idea of power projection that you had mentioned earlier, how China has been able to project power through its economic ties in Africa. Currently, a lot of commentators have looked at how China's economy is struggling with debt, with their real estate markets struggling after President Xi Jinping in 2017 saying that you cannot speculate on a house, you have to live in a house. And that's started a whole range of issues, which is looking at something like $23 trillion of debt, or 110% of their GDP, right? And multiple state, provincial governments have been struggling with this. So insofar as the local Chinese economic issues existing, how far do you think that they will be able to project their power the way they have over the last 10 years, spending $1 trillion on BRI and then about $240 billion sort of uh, helping these debt-trapped countries, after them joining the BRI. So the first part is, given their own local economic conditions, how far will their power projection continue? And secondly, because of this local economic conditions, does that change the security architecture where, looking at their own internal issues, would they then start acting aggressively to sort of deflect from issues at home? Or would they, sort of focus more on economic power projection and sort of saving their own real estate sector or internal economic reforms, which then you see a more isolationist China over the next 5 to 7 years?
Very, very good questions. Let me request both the panelists before we get into a discussion to give their own views. Would you like to, Professor Dalde? And then Professor Rutland.
In the case of Africa, the BRI scorecard after 10 years shows that their investment or the amount they invest, it's increasing. It's not declining. So I don't know much about the economic problem inside China, but in the case of Africa, the investment is increasing, and what they have promised regarding the project, they are doing it. So it is not stopped, although they are not gaining anything till now from those projects, but they are investing, and their amount of investment is increasing. So in the case of Africa, it doesn't reflect.
Professor Rutland, would you like to comment?
Yes, it does seem that the Chinese economy is having some serious structural problems, and the trade war with the United States has made those problems worse. So Donald Trump introduced tariffs on Chinese imports in 2018, and President Biden has maintained those tariffs and has gone further in blocking Chinese high-tech companies like Huawei and pouring money into investing in semiconductor plants and battery plants in the United States. So there is a serious protectionist movement in the US that has support in both parties, and that is damaging China's economic interests. So I think that's why China is I hope more likely to be cautious than not, because their economic strategy is encountering problems, and so China needs to work cooperatively with its economic partners like the US to try to rebuild a more positive relationship.
I mean, I think the question is whether the Chinese bubble is bursting. I mean, or whether the dream run, which they had from 2008, because I keep saying this all the time, that the single biggest beneficiary of the international order as it exists has been China. There's no question. I mean, you triple your GDP. No other major economy, neither the US or Europe or Russia or India, has been able to do that in the post 2008 world. So of course, everyone is looking at what you're saying, and so there is some evidence that there is a problem because of this whole dual circulation thing, where they're looking at domestic growth to fuel their GDP, domestic consumption to fuel GDP growth. And yes, there is enough anecdotal evidence about the real estate crisis, which is extremely serious. So I don't know whether we can confidently say today that they will continue to maintain 6-7% rates of growth in the next 5 years, or 10 may be too far away. So if that is the case, then we may be entering a phase of a slowdown of the economy, together with some serious structural issues, and particularly the real estate crisis. And added to what he said, the US, I mean, they're just waking up now, to push back and to deny technology. And but yet again, I mean, this thing about talk of decoupling is premature. yes, there is this China +1. So people are going to Vietnam, looking at India, etc. But this is going to be gradual. So now what all this means for their external behavior, I mean, if you're saying that in Africa, evidence shows that they're continuing. But, if you look at Pakistan and Sri Lanka, for example, I mean, whatever they did in Sri Lanka, but it wasn't the Chinese who came to the rescue of the Sri Lankans. It was India, bilaterally as well as in the IMF. We were right in the front of the rescue package for Sri Lanka. In the case of Pakistan, the entire edifice of their economic cooperation collapsed. I mean, today, the Pakistani economy is literally in shambles. They have not been able to do anything worthwhile to either meet immediate exigencies like an emergency assistance, let alone any long-term, medium-term structural remedies for Pakistan. I think they have no clue and they have no solution. So the BRI is losing its shine. Now, question is whether politically and strategically some domestic difficulties might, encourage more aggressive or rash behavior externally. Is there? But I'm not a great, personally, again, I'm not a great believer in this thesis that, they will search for external fights to divert attention from the domestic. I don't really see that very much happening. But I think the primary threat to Chinese stability is from within the country. So, if there are no other questions, then maybe we can wind up. And let me thank Professor Rutland for his time and his comments and insights. Extremely useful and valuable to all of us sitting in Delhi. And Professor Darbe for his rigorous analysis of China in Africa. So it's actually a fantastic case study of how China is doing what it is doing. And I think they picked on Africa for many, many good reasons from their point of view. And thank you very much for all the participants. I want to thank you, Mr. Tandon, for inviting me and giving me the honor of chairing this session. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
accepting our invite.
Thank you.
The next is, we can continue. Yeah. The floor is yours now.
The floor is there.
You will come on. Yes, sir.
Recording.
You can hear you or you can go. Waiting in the room and actually doing things outside.
Yes. Only those who are the helm of affairs. Of course not. Should I sit here or there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you woke up to screen. They didn't get out from this. Just it during break. Young cat.
It's recorded.
Yeah.
Sure.
What's your name? Jitendra. Looking at the TV or just chat? Good morning. More people put it. I was there. Hello. And then I'll 2006. Don't tell. Yeah, I moved to Delhi.
Yes, Donya.
I came from Genuine. Many moved back. Them back and some other level. The last bus was Jared. Not literally the bus, but they hired. Yes.
अच्छा काफी इंटरेस्टिंग आपको कल भी याद नहीं
But
Language school.
we are going off the main topic.
I did my PhD from IIT, but my language was my base. So I'm back to teaching language.
Geopolitics.
But I don't teach language. I just do my areas, international relations. My research is all of that. China, India, Nepal. Yeah, basically I focus on Nepal.
Ambassador, and this lady joining online. She's already online.
Yes, please, definitely. Ye le jo, please. Thank you.
I'm not reading. Like, I read binoculars to do. I'm not reading. I'm just going to highlight. I read binoculars. Binoculars maybe even telescope.
Nowadays, every second seminar is on China. So much of focus. When did you join?
2010.
Oh, that's why we didn't.
Yes.
Yes.
hand notes are also there.
Old fashioned.
Thank you. Just throw. Throw, I'll catch. Yeah, thank you.
So who's got the gold?
Everybody does it. One time and it's do my life from the past. And not what all
First it was Pashupati, then gold and Pashupati.
There are a lot of okay, but then it will be one channel and opening events. People will define what one channel is. So I said, how do you say that? Can I get cheated out and then it will be over?
So they're trading in gold?
It's not that standard.
That front line is disappeared, right?
India.
So, 100 to celebrate. 100 to celebrate right there.
That's the rate. So is our online speaker available?
I think she is.
Okay. I can. Somebody there outside.
Just ask people to come.
They can come in and.
Yeah. So I think we can start. Normally this.
Let me have the honor.
Oh, sorry.
Honor to introduce, although everybody knows you, but. Well, most of you may be aware about General Mehta, but it is my privilege to introduce him to the audience here. General Mehta was commissioned in 1957. He joined the 5th Gorkha Rifles Frontier Force and is one of the 2 officers who attended both the Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth, US, and the Royal College of Defense Studies, UK. He was instructor, IMA, and DSSC. He is founder member of Defense Planning Staff, and his last assignment was General Officer Commanding IPKF South, Sri Lanka. General Mehta has fought in every war and counterinsurgency operation between 1957 and 1991, except the 1962 war when he was on a peacekeeping mission in Congo. These include 1965 India-Pakistan War, 1971 India-Pakistan War, both in East and West, and India peacekeeping forces Sri Lanka and several tenures fighting CIS in Northeast and Kashmir. After his retirement as an independent security analyst, General Mehta has been involved in a number of Track 1 and Track 2 dialogues and peace processes. India, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, India, Nepal, and the trilateral India, Pakistan, Afghanistan. He was the convener of a new regional dialogue exploring a regional approach to the post-2014 Afghanistan. Another project is the ongoing effort on building a consensus among South Asian nations on regional cooperation and peacekeeping. For the last 3 years, he is navigating India's neighborhood first policy with seminars on extended neighborhood. He has written and spoken about recent India-China clashes in Ladakh and Indo-Pacific. He has been involved in back-channel dialogue on behalf of government in Nepal and Sri Lanka. I would request you to.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I'm not a warrior anymore. Basically, you would have noticed from my biodata, I'm involved in conflict resolution and peace processes. So if you've been through that kind of stuff, you end up like where I am today. And looking at the neighborhood, I'm grateful to Mr. Tandon and the FNBA for letting me chair this one session before the concluding session. Normally, the exodus is much larger at the concluding and session, but I see we still have some people, and the key people are still here. So I'm very happy to be presiding over this. I have been attending this conference for the last 2 days, and I have followed the activities of Mr. Tandon's works for some time, because I've been interested in this issue of Tibet. I've written about it, and I've spoken about it, but I have to admit that I've learned a great deal from the work done by FNVA. If you have not read their report, which is lying outside, I urge you to read it from beginning to end, because It is really a labor of love and hard work. Now, I could say a lot more on their work, but um, since I am the only soldier chairing amongst diplomats, I have to maintain a certain quorum and discipline, and which I will, especially on the question of time. We are actually 20 minutes in advance, which is the most unusual feature of any seminar. You're always running overtime, overrunning, but
This is FNBA's miracle.
yeah, this is the great work. Now, I'd like to start by saying that since yesterday, or let me start by the question asked by the gentleman here from Taiwan. And he asked the question about what, or somebody asked about Russia, what Russia can do or will do. I think the more relevant question that you were looking for was what India will do. And because there was a diplomat sitting here, he was either unable or unwilling to answer. I shall be less constrained and I shall not answer the question, but pose another question. The Foreign Secretary Vijay Gokhale had written, I think, a couple of months ago in the Times of India, article posing the same kind of question that you have, and outlined India's stakes in Taiwan. 40% of its trade, and we've talked about the microchips and a lot of the satellite cables. And so the question we have to ask ourselves, Indians have to ask ourselves, which we are very shy about, is what can we do in the event the Chinese by 2027 do what Xi Jinping has been saying he will want to do, that they must do, the completion of the China dream. You heard other people, I won't go into the fact that whether this will happen or not happen, because a lot of American soldiers and sailors have written about this. About 2027, they've given this deadline when the Chinese PLA will be ready. But there are people who caution that because of what has happened in Ukraine, the Russians were supposed to be great soldiers, their armies. And look at what the Ukrainians are doing to them. PLA is not battle tested. The last time they fought a battle was in Vietnam. And they got quite a thrashing in Vietnam. And I'd written about it at that time when I was writing for the magazine called The Debonair. So the question still has to be asked that what should India do or what will India do? What are India's stakes on the other side? And I think on the 28th of last month, I was doing a neighborhood seminar in the IIC's room number 2. And I had a naval admiral from the Indian Navy. And I posed this question to him as part of that trilateral between Maldives, India, and Sri Lanka on the safety and security of the Indian Ocean region. 80% of Chinese trade flows on the SLOC, which is directly below the Sri Lankan peninsula. India's geography, coupled with that of the Sri Lankans, provides very favorable launch pads to do something to the Malacca Straits. In 2008 or 2009, it was, I think, Hu Jintao who coined this word China's Malacca dilemma. And therefore, all the BRI, all the Chinese BRI, CPEC, CNEC, NEC is through Nepal, but nothing has happened, as the ambassador will tell you. No BRI has happened there. And CMEC through Myanmar. And there were other plans for the Chinese to build a kind of an isthmus, a canal through Thailand to bypass this. The heavy tankers, Chinese super tankers, use the Sumda Straits, which is further south, but they can't use the Malacca Straits. So there is a great deal, and this should answer part of your question, that India can do a lot. And India must do a lot. It has the capacity. There is no capacity limitation because this is not deep pockets of the Chinese. We may not match them dollar for dollar, but we can match them ship for ship, soldier for soldier, sailor for sailor, and we can pose serious problems for the Chinese in the use of the Malacca Straits. So that's one for you. And I think I wrote a piece last week in the Tribune where I had actually said that India and Taiwan, or India and the US, people who have stakes in this Indian Ocean region or the Indo-Pacific must get together and actually talk about military matters on operations. And without going into any detail, because nobody has done this, is to see what the Americans will do for India on the line of actual control. If push comes to shove comes to a push. Or what India will do for the Americans in the Indo-Pacific. Part one is the Malacca, operationalizing the Malacca dilemma. So there are a number of things that can be done. But we are shy. And I'm sorry, we are very shy of the Chinese also. One of the biggest problems that India, we made, I think yesterday, one of the speakers said, and I think the lady here, she took up that point about, the gentleman made the point about one China policy and one India policy. And equating the two, he said that India, we would be legitimizing the one China policy. And one China policy doesn't apply to Tibet. And he quite rightly said, we made many mistakes. But, you know, and I think you pointed out, and I think the chair missed this point that you were making, which I agree. There's the question of credibility and the question of legitimacy. And so we are shy. And the other problem is, where do we start? Where do we start? From which mistake do we start? It's very difficult. And even on this one China principle or one China policy, what Professor Kontapalli was telling me yesterday, that old agreements are still intact. While we may not reiterate OCP, but de facto the old and de jure, the old agreements are there on paper. We have not said that we do not subscribe to the one China policy. If you want to negate that, we are keeping quiet. And the Americans do the same, on strategic ambiguity, but that's a different matter. So that's the first point. And the second point I'm making is on the basis of what we learned yesterday and in the past, is on Chinese insecurity. Chinese are extremely, extremely insecure about territories that they have incorporated. And we learned about this yesterday because these were incorporated by use of force. They are illegal. So that's one. The second is on the question of sovereignty. Again, that's crystal clear, as I think we had Dr. Michael Walt here some time ago. I mean, his thesis on this, he's an international lawyer, he's argued this case about the illegality that there was never any sovereignty. And yesterday, I think the de facto chief minister or prime minister of the CTA also said so. On the question of on the question of suzerainty. And the third point is a repeat of what I said, that we have to make very clear, as others have, scholars have, that this OCP applies only to Taiwan. It does not apply to Tibet. So I think these are crystal clear facts, and they must be stated as such. And I think the first meeting that Mr. Tandon organized was a couple of years ago. It was a closed door meeting, and I can talk about it because the door is open now. He and a few of us were trying to see how can you revive the Tibet issue. That paper that they have produced talks about reset of policy. Excellent ideas in that on human rights violation. I mean, everything is there. All the material is there for Mr. Sibbal and Mr. Jethmalani and the others to argue their cases in court, in the international court. But the government of India who will bell the cat? Who will decide on this? Given the gap between between China and India, if we were spending, we spend 3 times less on defense. They spend much more on internal security than they spend on defense. Some figure given is 800 billion. India spends 81, but I don't believe it 800 billion. At least 500 billion. India spends 81 billion. So the Americans are not going to hold your hand. Let's be clear on that. Whatever India does, India has to do on its own. So my Tibetan friends have to understand this, that we, at least I speak for myself, we would certainly like to undo what we did not, I mean, by default that happened some time ago. but where do we begin? So with that waffling, I just want to say one more thing. This is, I want to commend a paper written by that Jacob was talking about yesterday. He talked about how this weaponizing of the OCP and the CSEP, Constantino Rosario, he and Jacob have done a paper taking case studies from India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and one other, Bangladesh. On Chinese are using duress, coercion, every tool at their command to propagate not one China policy, because as Ambassador Kant will tell us, that these countries are somehow beholden smaller countries. But something India was doing also, we only stopped in 2014. So the Chinese, especially in this case study is done for South Asia, they're using every tool available to them to coerce, intimidate, to get them to do what they want done, which includes the one China policy. So the first, I will invite the first speaker is my very good friend, Ambassador Vijay-Kant Karna. He is the former ambassador of Nepal to Denmark and currently director, Center for Social Inclusion and Federalism, Nepal. And he is going to speak to us on One China policy and Nepal. And he's written this for his think tank has written this book, China's Engagement in Nepal. So I've done a commercial for you also. Ambassador Kant.
Thank you, General Mehta. First, I would like to thank Mr. Tandon and Non-Violent Alternative to inviting me for this very important seminar. So, for Nepal, one China policy has no ambiguity. Nepal from 1960 till date, we accepted one China policies, and all the government, whoever in power, whether it was king or today republic, every leader and political party accepted this. So, but my topics in Nepal-China relations with India, with China, and Tibet Autonomous Region, the one China policy and beyond. Just to start with, I'm giving one shot with your country, with Taiwan on August 2, 2022, when House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan. It was a major show of support by the US to Taiwan, visit claimed by the China as an integral part of its territory. So Nepal has nothing to do with that one. But what happened for Nepal, this was a development in which was not remotely connected. However, Nepal got dragged into controversy. In a press statement issued by the then Chinese ambassador to Nepal, Ms. Hao Yanqi, mentioned that China, actually she visited Foreign Affairs Ministry and she visited a lot of leaders, former prime ministers, Communist Party leaders, and asked for the statement on Taiwan. But Nepal government didn't issue any statement. In 3 days, she herself made a statement and said, I read, China respects Nepal's long-standing commitment to the one China principle, resolutely opposing Taiwan's independence. It is in her tweet, she made a statement. So Nepal, which recognized one China policy, had not officially commented on Pelosi visit to Taiwan and no statement were issued. During that period, our foreign minister was invited in China and Chinese foreign minister asked Nepal government to comment on it. But our foreign minister said that we have already said that we have a one China policy, so there is no need of further commitment on it. So there was no need whatsoever to reiterate Nepal's commitment to one China policy while further claiming that Nepal is against Taiwan's independence by Chinese ambassador to Nepal. The story is reflective of the length of the China goes to push one China policy in Nepal. The one China policy, Tibet and Nepal. The issue gets even more tricky to Nepal when it comes to Tibet. Nepal shares border with the Tibet Autonomous Region. The northern region of Nepal has a people of Tibetan origin, as many as the 25,000 Tibetan refugees are residing in Nepal. Therefore, China fears that Free Tibet supporters and sympathizers could organize in Nepal and undertake Free Tibet activities. There have been a few instances. Free Tibet movement in the northern region of Nepal over the years, the people of Tibetan origin who have suffered due to aggressive policies of China have protested in various forms. There have also a few attempts of self-immolation by Tibetan refugees as a protest in 2009 on 50th anniversary of Dalai Lama exit from Lhasa. Further, Nepal-China border can be used by those in Tibetan Autonomous Region to escape. In December 28, 1999, Karamappa Ugen Thinle Dorje, recognized by both Dalai Lama and the Chinese government, escaped via Mustang, a Himalayan district of western Nepal, and reached India 8 days later. Am I right? Since the northern region border with China has peoples of Tibetan origin, a few such events over the span of decades in such region are not even totally unexpected. However, China has adopted a hardball approach in dealing with any activities remotely related to the Tibetan freedom independence. After that, the Chinese ambassador visited foreign ministry and he met several leaders and asked for such activities to be stopped, and government of Nepal assured them that this will not happen again. Human rights of Tibetan borderland residents curtail cross-border ties on the decline. To protest peacefully is the right of all, but China has pushed Nepal to tolerate on such activities. Such is the scenario that basic human rights of political expression is being dealt with the severe measure. For instance, during the rescue operation in the northern district of Sindhu-Palchok, during earthquake of 2015, the Chinese rescue team found out picture, manuscript, and teaching of Dalai Lama inside houses of border residents, particularly along Tatopani Khasa border point. The presence of manuscript, picture, and teaching of Dalai Lama in the region had alarmed China. Then, under the pretext of damage and dangers posed by the earthquake, the Tatopani border was unilaterally closed by China, and just some months back they opened, but one way only. The border has yet not returned back to normalcy. The local residing over there suffered a lot. They lost their source of income, migrated to some other places within Nepal, and cross-border people-to-people relationship got disrupted for years. Although we have an agreement with China, border agreement, which allow 30 kilometers inside China, the Nepalese can go, and even the Chinese can come to 30 kilometers of Nepal. Victim of this aggressive approach of China dealing with issues related to the Tibet are people residing across Nepal-China border. Before the annexation of Tibet by the People's Republic of China, Nepal had a strong peoples-to-people relation ties with the Tibet, beginning with cultural exchange, relating with the Buddhism. The cross-border ties of Nepal and Tibet extended to cross-border marriage, trade, much more. For long borderland residents enjoyed free access to the border under the Thapathali Treaty of 1856 between Nepal and Tibet. And even Nepalese traders were not even levied tax during the before 1950. The annexation of Tibet by China gave rise to tightening the border. Nonetheless, border Crossing for local residents was much easier till the 90s. Over the time, China gradually tightened border regulation, and it has gone worse over the years. Cross-border marriage, cultural, religious exchanges, and cross-border movement were once common thanks to the borderline resident identity card, but they are now rare. Today, many of the border districts with China, such as Lo Manthang, Mustang, and barely able to use the border side resident identity card as they could earlier. This is a terribly impact the livelihood and cross-border ties of the local citizen. So borderland residents have suffered financially, trade is disrupted, cross-border marriage and cultural exchange. So they migrated from the northern border to other parts of Nepal. Further, Beijing approach to increase Han Chinese in Tibetan Autonomous Region border to Nepal. Further, Beijing has enjoined officials of the Han ethnicity to regulate the border who are not versed in the local language. They are neither well acquainted with the cross-border ties of the borderland resident. This is Beijing yet another way of influence the cross-border ties between Nepal and Tibet Autonomous Region. China has introduced a new border law on January 1, 2022, which has further tightened border control, and China has also sought to increase the presence of Han Chinese in the region with a new settlement, almost at 600 settlements facilitated by the government. The next is Sinicization of Tibet Buddhism. China has also sought to influence the Tibet Buddhist and non-Buddhist community residing in Tibet, and also within Nepal through various ways. The Sinicization approach by the Chinese government aims to exercise control over the Tibetan Lamas, incarnation rituals, which has long been regarded as a significant part of Tibetan Buddhism. By exercising this control, the Chinese government hopes to ensure the selection of acceptance of reincarnation lamas are consistent with their interest. Furthermore, strict rules and changes in line with the CPC values applied to the practice of Tibetan Buddhism as well. The procedure entails the creation of policies and rules that control all aspects of Tibetan Buddhist monasteries, operation, including management, instructions. In general, the Chinese government tried to influence the monasteries in Nepal. While China continues to remain is a repressive religious community like the Uyghur Muslim and Christian, for outside its border, at least it has created a distinct policy for Buddhism, taking into consideration the soft power, social capital, and geopolitical advantage that could have come embracing Buddhism in some way or the other. China began a new approach from early 2006 when China held Buddhism to be ancient Chinese religion and hosted the World Buddhism Forum to invite all neighboring countries to establish a shared Buddhist heritage. Buddhism then became a tool for pursue countries to sign up of its initiative, namely the Belt and Road Initiative. For the BRI, the language of interaction has also been rife to ideas of preservation and revival of Buddhist heritage, promoting ancient Buddhist sites in the world, including Nepal. Attempt to influence Tibetan Buddhism in Nepal. In Nepal, particularly, China has followed a twofold policy. First, it had laid agreements with the vast connectivity and development projects, and second, those projects seem to be targeted area that are replete with the Buddhist heritage to attract tourists all over the world. Thus, by spreading their religion, policy, and much needed revival of the connectivity. So in this context, what we found that the China has in the different like Swambhu, Bodha, Lumbini, and many other monasteries and stupas are being, they are trying to influence the people around. And in one time in 2011, China actually proposed through one of our former prime minister to create a commercial hub of whole Lumbini, which was actually opposed by the internally and externally. It was stopped. China approach to influence internal politics of Nepal through Communist Party to party ties. First, one thing very important that in Nepal, political population has more than 60% of the people voted in favor of communist parties. So there are two major communist parties, CPN-UML and CPN-Maoist. So both communist parties hold actually a good hold in the population. So that's why the Chinese Communist Party in 2019, they have signed an agreement, MOU with the Chinese Communist Party and Nepal Communist Party for a training, for connectivity, for training on the Xi Jinping thought and many trainings. So at the moment, what we found that last 6 months, more than 300 Communist Party leaders visited China for training on Communist Party training. And many more Chinese leaders visiting Nepal, Communist Party leader visiting Nepal for influencing the Communist Party of Nepal and giving training, virtual and physical in Nepal. In 2016, Nepal signed the transit and transport agreement with China. The need for trade diversification pushed Nepal to open up trade and connectivity links through the northern frontier. Meanwhile, over the year, China had also been pushing Nepal to sign up the BRI, which finally happened in 2017. At the same time, Beijing proclivities to enhance influence over the Kathmandu through its ties with the Communist Party, Nepal began to emerge. In 2017, China facilitated Communist Party coalition for the federal and provincial poll. After the election, Unified Communist Party named and Nepal Communist Party was formed. So long as the NCP remained in power, Chinese influence over the Nepal continued to increase. For instance, in 2019, about the 50 Chinese Communist Party leaders trained more than 200 NCP leaders on Xi Jinping thought. In 2022, Nepal voted for Beijing new security law for Hong Kong, introduced amidst a Hong Kong pro-democratic protest with the provision of harsh penalty vaguely defined by the political crimes. At the UN Human Rights Council, similarly in 2020, Nepal defended Chinese policy at the western region of Xinjiang, where the Uyghur Muslim community was subject to atrocities by the state at the UN General Assembly as well as UN Human Rights Council. In December 2022, Chinese Vice Minister Guangzhou visited Nepal in an attempt to avert the split of NCP. China ambassador to Nepal, Ms. Hou Yanqi, also stepped to engage in the NCP leader for the same. Just I would like to tell you that how influence she has at the time. She visited at the midnight to the president, in the morning by 7 to the prime minister, next day in the morning by 7 to the prime minister, at 9 to the other former prime minister, at 10 to the other former prime minister, at 11 to the other Communist Party leaders. So such an influence that in that time. So she was moving to actually avoid the split of the Communist Party, but they have not succeeded. In March 2021, the NCP was dissolved by the Supreme Court order, which led to a split into the three communist parties. And with the Nepali Congress-led alliance formed a new government, Beijing then lobbied against the parliamentary ratification of USMCC Compact. Labeling as a Pandora box, China openly, actually, while in the parliament, this American development grants was discussing in parliament for the ratification, China openly warned Nepal and they were exchange of words with the State Department of America. So what we found that the China was pushing Nepal for their security influence. But at the moment, but the Nepal government refused to abide by the Chinese influence and the parliament has ratified the MCC. Then China stepped up the high-level engagement with a span of few months. There were 3 high-level visits from Beijing to Kathmandu. Chinese Foreign Minister and State Councillor Wang Yi visited Kathmandu in March. CPC International Liaison Department Head Liu Jiancho in July. Chinese Vice Minister for Culture and Tourism, who is the head of National Cultural Heritage Administration, arrived in November at the eve of federal and provincial election. In this context, Nepal government refused to welcome him, but he is on his own arrived in Nepal, and there was no discussion with this vice minister, but he stayed for 5 days to talking with the different Communist Party leader for the unification and forming coalition. And then in the August, the CPC, Chinese People's Congress speaker visited Nepal, and everyone trying to convince Nepal for not go for this American grants. And what we have found that on BRI, Nepal has signed in 2017, but yet not any project has been moved forward, because there are basic differences between Nepal and China. On the first thing is the interest rate. Second is the collaboration of the management of the project. Nepal has proposed the joint management of the project and the soft loan. In 2022 March, our Prime Minister Sher Bahadur Deuba said to the Chinese Foreign Minister and leaders of Chinese leaders that we are not in a position to take loan, so that's why you please give us grants on BRI, which is China stopped in 2018. There are no more grants after 2018. So there is a very contentious, and then there is a argument by our finance ministry that if we have to take loan for these projects, then there is a World Bank ADB giving the loan less than 1%. So why should we go for China? So this region, yet not any BRI project has been implemented in Nepal. Recently, there are a lot of initiative, and Nepal has been asked by the Chinese government to support the initiative. One is the GCI, GSI, GDI. So it's a very confusing. And what they did for GSI, the last year they actually split the government in this issue. They have managed President of Nepal to speak on GSI conference. And the President, without the consent of the Prime Minister or the Foreign Minister, although they requested not to participate, she participated in the GSI conference. And now they have declared GCI on themselves. In Pokhara, they declared that there was a dragon boat competition in Pokhara organized by the Chinese embassy. They declare it as a GCI. And now another guy, recently, that Yuan Zhuan, the Politburo member of the Communist Party, he himself pledged 145 million yuan to carry out the development activities in Nepal. This is first time that a party leader promised money as a grant for Nepal. And it was never happened, but this is happened this time. And so, what he did, another initiative he declared in Kathmandu, Silk Roadster. And since the Belt and Road Initiative is not working, so they have come with this for software program for schools. They are going to, and the most alarming thing that they are going to southern part of Nepal. So Nepal is little bit very confused at the moment on all these policy being asked, China asking Nepal to support. However, Nepal refused to support this GSI. Already our ambassador in Beijing has communicated, but they are still trying to convince Nepal. But I don't think that this can be happen. So as the whole, what have we found that last 2015 to till date, China has been a very active, influencing the Nepalese Communist Party, and it became a major instrument for China's foreign policy in Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for a very forthright, candid, and without pulling any punches, you've stated facts. And since I follow Nepal pretty closely, 101% correct. So thank you for that. I'm not going to.
Just I forget to tell one thing, that General Mehta knows Nepal more than me. He speaks Nepali. A lot of people knows him personally, the political leaders, the government, diplomats, everyone. If General Mehta landed in Kathmandu, there is a news about that General Mehta in Kathmandu.
Yeah, that's that notwithstanding, that was a very, very lucid and clear presentation. I'm not going to repeat what he said or draw out the salient points because it was crystal clear. I don't have to do anything. And so my happy task is to invite the next speaker, Dr. Tenzin Ladon. Tenzin Ladon, a research fellow with the Tibet Policy Institute, Dharamsala. She is currently researching China's changing economic relationship and its foreign policy direction. She will speak on how the EU has factored the One China policy in its foreign relations with the People's Republic of China. Dr. Ladon, floor is yours.
Thank you, General Mehta, for the brief introduction. And let me first of all thank the organizer, FNVA, for organizing this very important and, more importantly, timely based issue. I think if I would take this opportunity, I would like to make a very small change in the title itself by calling weaponization of One China principle rather than policy. And I think my presentation today is basically to highlight the difference between these two concepts and why I think it's important for stakeholders, not just China, but other stakeholders, to understand the fundamental difference between policy and principle, with the light to EU's relation with China, of course. So I would like to begin my presentation from the statement by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, dating back to August in 2022. And this was a response to Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. So the statement, I would like to quote from the second para of the statement, which states that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory, and the government of People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the whole of China. And this has been recognized by the United Nations in 1971. And since the founding of the PRC in 1949, 181 countries, I repeat, have established diplomatic relations with China on the basis of the One China principle. And the One China principle is a universal consensus of the international community and a basic norm in international relations. And that's where the crux of I think, my today's presentation lies. As the statement here clearly outlines the intent of the People's Republic of China by calling One China principle as the universally accepted norms. I think the intention lies that China is trying to equate the one China principle with other universally accepted norms and principles such as human rights and sovereignty and freedom of religion, democracy, and so on. I mean, it sounds bizarre to be honest, but I think it's important for me to highlight this difference because I see that a lot of stakeholders, I see there are a lot of medias and scholars studying on this particular issue tend to use principle and policy interchangeably without recognizing the importance of the difference, the fundamental difference between these two concepts. And as you can see, within the international relations itself, norms and I repeat this, within international relations, norms and principles have a very different nature as compared to policy. So principle basically is a fixed idea. It does not change. It's norm, it's universally accepted norm in international relations. However, policy in this matter, policy change and it's not fixed. Policy are time specific, policies are country specific, policies are context specific, place specific, and it changes. And that is why I think China's intention behind promoting one China principle rather than policy becomes important. And I would like to state my conclusion at the very beginning, where as long as countries like EU, US, and India has one China policy, but not a one China principle, the very definition of the entity of one China means within these countries' respective policies can change in future and probably will change. So this, I think, is to highlight that it's important not to conflate principle and policy. Now, before I move on to the topic that I'm supposed to talk on EU and China, I think it's important first to understand what one China, before we speak of one China policy and principle itself, it's important to understand what one China mean, not just for China, but more importantly, what one China mean for other countries who has relations with China, what one country mean to EU, what one country mean to India, to US, and more importantly, what does one China mean in the context of real politics and in the context of normative principle. So the basic understanding today, I'm sure this is we are coming to the concluding session of the one China policy, the weaponization of one China policy. So we understood by now, I'm sure we already understood that when we speak of one China policy, the fundamental idea is that Taiwan is the unresolved issue for China, and thereby the idea that one China and Akhand China, I will borrow the word from Akhand Bharat. The Akhand China that China is talking about does not only include Taiwan today. And the implicit and indirect assumption, therefore, behind saying one China and one China principle is that not just Taiwan, but there are other unresolved issues. Today, when China speaks of one China principle, China not just includes Taiwan, it talks about Tibet, like Sir just mentioned right now with Nepal. It talks about Tibet, it talks about human rights, it talks about Xinjiang and South China Sea and Hong Kong. So what does one China mean for China is very clear. It does not only include Taiwan, it includes all, very importantly, it includes all the areas which has issues of sovereignty, which has issues of legitimacy, which has issues of historical accuracy, I would say, which has issues of norms, normatively, which has issues of legality that Professor Kondabali yesterday talked about. So that is why it is important for other stakeholders, for EU, for India, and for US to define for themselves what does one China mean when they say one China policy. and renegotiate and revisit EU's One China policy, revisit India's One China policy, revisit US One China policy, and first understand what should One China mean for these countries, right? And this is the second point I wanted to highlight before we go into EU. And now coming to EU itself. EU, since its formation, has been projected as the normative power. And this normative power Europe, the idea was developed by a scholar called Ian Manners. And he sort of adopted this idea to project Europe as one of the leaderships in international relations, just like if we understand why Joseph Nye come up with the soft power for America. So this is during the time where Europe's, power stature is decreasing, and when Europe needs to project itself as one of the leaderships, taking leaderships in the international relations. And that's where he coined this idea that Europe is a normative power. What does it mean by Europe as a normative power? It basically means that Europe is leading other countries on norms, on values, on human rights issues, and so on and so forth. But coming to China, when we speak of China's relation with EU, I won't go into the historical details of China-EU relations, but I think it's important to understand that Europe, EU, and China has People's Republic of China established their diplomatic relations in 1975. And just like any other countries, they have seen ups and downs in their relationships. But more importantly, I think their the whole China and EU's relationship has become much more comprehensive, has upgraded it from comprehensive partnership in 2001 to comprehensive strategic partnership in 2003. And in this, China-EU relations timeline, I wanted to bring you back to a very important, date when in 2001, China was formally admitted into WTO, World Trade Organization, and many sees this as China's formal acceptance in the world order as we speak. And in this context, two powers are incredibly important to talk about, US and the EU. And in April 2001, in fact, George Bush, the former president of the US, stated that when China was becoming a part of the WTO, he stated that China is a strategic partner as well as a strategic rival. But we can cooperate on matters of economy. So it is very clear for the US from the very beginning that what China is, a strategic rival, a strategic partner, and what China means as an economic partner. But when we, however, interestingly, if we go back to EU statement during 2001, when China is becoming part of the WTO, in the same year, there is a communication between the European members on where it has stated that it is important for European countries to engage with China on matters of market, but also, more importantly, on developing China into a more open society, bringing China to cooperate on issues of human rights, on issues of treatment of prisoners, on issues of freedom of religion. So it also recognizes, European Union also recognizes China has a very different political system, but it has the potential to be a solution to these normative issues. So you can see from the very outset that EU has a very normative tone on why it accepted and why it encouraged China to be part of the WTO. Now, fast forward to late 2019, 2020, and 2022, I think the relations that we speak of today, China-EU relations, has begun to change substantially. And I say this because as late as 2019, European Union, for the first time, in their joint communique, they mentioned for the first time that China is a systemic rival, and that it basically means that it challenges the existing world order. Now you see a very huge contradiction between when EU actually supported China in WTO in a sense of normative, understanding. But now, for the first time, we see that EU is actually questioning the intent, the actions behind China challenging the existing world order. And if we speak of the general relations between China and EU in today's term, I think the relation has suffered a lot due to various reasons, of course, reasons including COVID-19, handling of the COVID-19, reasons including, of course, human rights issues in Tibet, in Xinjiang, reasons including Hong Kong issue, reasons including cyber attack, and many other issues, of course. But usually when we understand not just China's relation with EU, but China's relation with any other country, and specifically on EU's relation with China, we normally understand that economy, their partnership in economy is usually the area where we see the least friction, where we see the maximum number of cooperation and engagement, and which is true. But now what we see is that even in that least friction area of economic cooperation, we see EU presenting, EU challenging China's Belt and Road Initiative. After US came up with what, B3W, Build Back Better World, and after which EU came with what, Global Gateway, right? Which is a sort of like an opposing challenge to the existing BRI project. So we see that even in but today when we speak of China and EU's relation, they still continue to engage, they still continue to cooperate on issues, but very importantly, China remains to be a systemic rival for EU. Now I wanted to bring you back to the question of while China wants EU to accept One China principle as a universal norm, as I spoke earlier, it is a question for EU on how they will respond to this idea. And I say this because very recently, European Commission President Ursula in her speech at one of the Mercator Institute, she stated that China is actually disregarding universal principles, and by saying that, she raises issues of Ukraine. By stating Ukraine, she's saying that China is disregarding the universal principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity by supporting Russia. And secondly, also, she also raises the question of how China is questioning the universal principle by violation of human rights in Xinjiang. So again, I'm coming back to the same question that while China wants EU to accept One China principle as a universal normative principle, how will EU react to these actions where China do not comply to when we speak of universal principles? And I would like to end with the question again here that what are the borders of One China when we speak of One China principle or One China policy? And we can, of course, debate that during Q&A. And I think it's important for stakeholders like EU and India and US to first make a clear distinction of what does One China mean for them before we understand One China principle or policy itself, right? And another question I would want to raise in my conclusion here as well is that not just EU, but India also and US also tend to discuss Tibet issue separately as human rights issue. And they discuss Tibet issue not in the context of One China policy. But EU has a different EU has a different policy on Tibet. EU has a different policy on Xinjiang, yes. But those are not discussed under the context of one China policy. So I think that is where the contradiction lies, the fundamental contradiction that for China, when we speak of one China principle or one China itself, China, it does not only confine to Taiwan. It still have issues with Tibet, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, South China Sea as we speak of. So the fundamental question before I stop here is, what does one China mean for India? What does one China mean for EU? And what does one China mean for US and other stakeholders? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tenzin, for posing those questions and also focusing on this very important issue of one China principle and one China policy. This was covered to some extent yesterday, but you have thrown fresh light and also brought out the fact that the EU looks at it differently and not under the rubric of one China policy per se. Also, the fact that that the OCP doesn't cover just Taiwan. It covers all territory that they have seized by use of force and illegally. And the drop of a hat, as Ambassador Kant also said, they will make smaller countries comply with their demand of subscribing to the first China policy or one China policy. So thank you for that. Thank you very much for that clarification and elucidation. My last speaker today, I'm sorry we kept you waiting so long, Dr. Maria Blanca. Let me hazard this. Laraiba? Have I got it right?
You did.
Okay, you let it pass. Thank you. Now, the Dr. Maria holds a PhD in international relations from King's College London and is specialized in the Asia-Pacific region, particularly China, Japan, and the Korean Peninsula. She's been involved in the cause of Tibet since 2013, has a few published articles and a blog about China and Tibet and foreign policy in Asia. She has 10 years of research experience and has worked in the public sector with foreign embassies and in the private sector as a trade consultant. Her main research interests are foreign policy, international security, economic statecraft, and political economy. She is currently the Business and Economic Affairs Advisor, Embassy of the Republic of Korea in Mexico. And she will address the topic, weaponization of the One China policy in Latin America. So that's a very distinguished panelist. And I give you Dr. Maria Blanca. Doctor, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the very nice introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation to this wonderful panel. And well, I have to admit that when I was asked to do to cover this topic, it's very, very important to understand to begin with that, well, Latin America is very complex in itself. There are so many countries, and maybe this sounds like a little bit basic, but what I have encountered is that in a lot of the English written literature about China and Latin America, they tend to generalize our region because, of course, we have a lot of similarities. However, each of our countries has like a has like a very particular history with China, and for that reason with Taiwan as well. So let me just share the presentation that I did for you, because a lot of our interaction of with Taiwan is basically economic, but of course that has also determined our interaction with China and therefore our adhesion to the One China policy. Just a moment. Okay. Share. Okay, so can you see it? Okay, perfect. So, okay, in the beginning, I thought of, how can we define this economic interaction between China and Latin America, for the same reason that we are not China's neighbors, as opposed to, for example, Nepal, Taiwan, Japan, or South Korea. Of course, we've been all noticing that since the 2000, maybe around 2012, sort of, we've seen that China has moved a lot in terms of their economic possibilities with other countries. So in this regard, I thought about defining the bilateral, well, if we could call it bilateral relation between China and Latin America in terms of this concept known as economic statecraft, that it's very related to the concept of sanctions, but it started to be like, well, let's say, defined around the 1980s by a very renowned academic called James Baldwin. And he defined it basically as the group of economic instruments, for example, loans, investments, infrastructure projects, that they have as an ultimate end political objectives. So China, in this regard, has been using these instruments to push other countries to lean China's way for sensitive issues. This is Tibet, the One China policy, and of course the part of Xinjiang. However, in the case of Latin America, the most known issue is the one, of course, of the One China policy and the one of Tibet, because of course the Dalai Lama enjoys a lot of sympathy throughout the region. So in this regard, economic statecraft just widens the scope of economic instruments used for political objectives, but it's normally related to the concept of sanctions. However, maybe the unique characteristic is that sanctions are normally regarded as something imposed by the UN or as an instrument used by many countries against one, of course, with the purpose of a political objective. It is not, let's say that they are not new. However, economic statecraft has also offered a modernization of the concept of sanctions because, of course, thanks to globalization and the expansion of the international economic relations, we can see other type of measures, such as, for example, regulating investments or regulating the market, or even controlling the market for example, for countries that have economic relations with China. They are normally measured in unequal terms. So, for example, in the case of Mexico, that is one of the biggest economies in Latin America, the conditions of Mexico's access to the Chinese market are not the same. So obviously, this interaction has the particularity that normally the advantage is for China. So in this regard, China gets like a very important role in the national economies of these countries, of its economic partners, and that, of course, puts them in a condition of vulnerability. So moving forward to the part of the One China policy, well, this map shows like a little bit of how Latin America started to, to adopt to the One China policy. So as we can see, of course, our proximity to the United States has determined a lot of things in the region. And in the case of Taiwan is no exception. So we could say that maybe it was during the 1970s, as we can see in this image, that Latin American countries started to acknowledge the People's Republic of China. And this just has moved throughout time until 2018, which serves as the most updated, let's say, the most updated status of the One China policy in Latin America, that most countries, except for a few in Central America and one in South America, that still hold diplomatic relations with Taiwan. So in details, this is a table that I made where we can see the period in which each country of the region and some of the Caribbean had relations with Taiwan, and these are the ones that still have the let's say Taiwanese embassies, and they still have diplomatic relations with Taiwan, whereas the table on the left shows the times in which these countries decided to adopt the one China principle. So as you can see, there are some exceptions. For example, Nicaragua and the Dominican Republic and some other countries that actually adhere to the principle of one China in the 2000s. And this does not come as a coincidence, because this was the time in which the government of Xi Jinping started to pursue a more aggressive approach towards Latin America by building economic relations and offering the advantages of having trade relations with China. So, of course, this might sound obvious. However, each of these countries has been on the let's say, they have been on the news in many ways, because there's some suspicions from the sectors, from the economic sector and some political sectors, that this is not a coincidence in terms of the checkbook diplomacy being used with these countries. So if we focus on Taiwan's role in Latin America, I could say that we can talk about two relevant things. Taiwan has had a role in Latin America as a donor in many of the countries, mainly the ones in the Caribbean and in Central America. Whereas in the case of the biggest economies of the region, Mexico and Brazil, Taiwan has served as a major economic and trade partner for both countries. In the case, for example, of Mexico, actually Taiwan has become our 8th trade partner, which is quite a surprise considering that Mexico has adhered to the one China principle. And in the case of Brazil, I believe that Taiwan is not in the top 10 partners. However, it's still regarded as an important trade partner. Whereas in the case of Central American countries, for example, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and some other in the Caribbean, Taiwan has represented a very important role as a donor for development projects. In this regard, in the case of Honduras and El Salvador, public opinion has stated that there are so many things that the Taiwanese have given them. Even in Honduras, there was a statement not very long ago when Honduras adhered to the One China principle, that they said, this is very ungrateful from us, because actually a lot of things that we have, good things, the Taiwanese gifted them to us. And in El Salvador, for example, they have covered a lot of projects for agricultural development and even for entrepreneurship. This is for small and medium companies. So in this regard, there is also some sort of relationship between the governments that we have and our adhesion to the One China principle. So in this sense, for example, Mexico adhered to it in the 1970s, where we started to have diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China. And coincidentally, it was during the times of President Echeverría, who is still regarded as a very valuable ally from Beijing's point of view. And of course, during that time, our government was the key, let's say, the key factor for us to acknowledge the People's Republic of China. Whereas in the case, for example, of Central American countries, many of them have adopted left-wing governments, and it's the same for the rest of the region. So obviously, our sudden approach to China has a lot of let's say, it has the ideological spectrum of our governments has a lot to do with our approach to the People's Republic of China. Because as you know, Latin America has been bouncing from one ideological extreme to the other. In the case of Mexico, maybe it's not that noticeable, but for example, in the case of Argentina or Brazil or Chile, it has been very, very noticeable. Actually, a very good example of this is that Chile was one of the first countries to acknowledge the People's Republic of China during the government of Salvador Allende. So this can pretty much illustrate a little bit what I'm telling you between politics and our foreign policy. So in this sense, despite the fact that most of us have adhered to the One China principle, most, if not all, of Latin American countries, we have the Taiwan Trade Representative Office. And to be honest with you, except for those countries in the region that still hold diplomatic relations with Taiwan, where the embassy has the role of being the economic office as well. The biggest offices of TAITRA are in Brazil and in Mexico. And although that these offices, they do the job that normally an embassy would do in terms of assisting their fellow nationals and issuing passports, the Taiwan trade offices have done a remarkable job, at least in Mexico and Brazil, by building very strong bonds between the local business sectors of our countries and Taiwanese companies. So luckily for us, and luckily also for Taiwan, the stringent restrictions from the COVID pandemic in China have also pushed our countries and pushed also our economic partners to think about nearshoring. And even the distant partners like Japan and South Korea, they have also considered to focus on nearshoring. So in this regard, for instance, Mexico has a very privileged position because we are in the middle of the continent, and also our country has like a very vast network of free trade agreements. And also, as you know, we are part of the US, Canada, and Mexico trade agreement, formerly known as NAFTA. So obviously, the Beijing's position regarding the stringent lockdowns has also enhanced the position of Taiwan in other countries, moreover in key industries such as semiconductors. So for instance, the role of that representative office has also been on emphasizing these key advantages of nearshoring, because obviously Taiwan can also enjoy the advantages of setting up their businesses or their plants elsewhere that it's not in the proximity with China. And additionally, in at least in terms of the opinion from the business sector in Mexico, I am not entirely sure of Brazil, but the business sector in Mexico holds a very favorable opinion from Taiwan, although that we also have some measures against certain Taiwanese goods, tariffs and taxes like this for trade. There is lately there has been a lot of activity coming from the Taiwanese trade office in terms of participating in key projects in Mexico, and for the time being, Beijing hasn't really intervened much because China is our second trade partner after the United States. But in terms of what the business sector would like to focus on, of course, Taiwan offers a very important advantage as opposed to China, because Taiwanese investments have built capital that it's beneficial for both countries, whereas in the case of China, trade exchange by itself does not really build a lot of let's say advantages in terms of building capital as opposed to just trade. And additionally, okay, so this is the data from the Ministry of Finance of Taiwan. So as you can see, the numbers show that definitely Mexico and Brazil comprise of the main partners, and along with Chile. However, in terms of the total trade between Taiwan and Latin America, as we can see here, is in the category of the others because it's not really a lot of exchange. However, Taiwan in some of our economies has become a major trade partner, and we still, and a lot of us, we have economic exchange with Taiwan, despite the importance of China as a major trade partner in our countries. So obviously in this graph, it's very important to mention the role of Hong Kong. The role of Hong Kong and Taiwan, it's very interesting because Hong Kong by itself is actually the main port of entry of capitals into China, and there is a reason for that. And according to some of the business sectors in general, they said that Hong Kong provides a lot of protection, and that you are a little bit more aware of the rules by putting your capital into Hong Kong rather than putting it into Shanghai or Beijing or any other place in China. So obviously, a lot of capitals from Taiwan in mainland China, they go through Hong Kong because that's also part of their own protection. So in this regard, this is a recent table that we published in a report of because of the the 62 years of Mexico and Korea's relationship. So we had to make a list of the main trade partners. So as you can see, Taiwan is within our top 10. However, of course, we are still restricted because of the sensitive local business sectors in Mexico, for example, steel and some part of the manufacturing countries, because as you know, Mexico is still a manufacturing country in so many regards. So that has pushed certain sectors from the industrial chambers to put a little bit of reservations in certain economic sectors. So, but still, the Taiwanese counterpart is trying to, to make some concessions and achieve some agreements with these sectors, so we can build a more resilient and more beneficial relationship with Taiwan. So there is also, now that I mentioned nearshoring, Taiwan has been investing a lot of capital and interest into Mexico because of the United States CHIPS initiative, that basically looks to transfer the whole semiconductor industry between the border of Mexico and the United States, and obviously Canada would be included in the partnership, in which they are looking for the most relevant parts of the semiconductors to be manufactured and made in Mexico and exported to the United States. Because of course our economies are now completely related. So obviously we depend on each other. So in this regard, Taiwan is trying to look to establish factories and other businesses in Mexico, so we can have a semiconductor production on this part of the world, and therefore avoid the risks of having, of depending on China in case Beijing decides to put more measures or impose more unnecessary problems onto Taiwan. So I am going to mention briefly the part of the checkbook diplomacy. So before maybe the 2000s, most of Taiwan's allies in in Latin America were the countries in Central America, in the Caribbean. So all of a sudden in 2000s, when China started to have like what we could call an aggressive economic growth, we started to see like a massive influx of, Chinese trade missions and business trips from China coming to Latin America. And one of the main targets was, of course, Central America, because China knew that Central America depended on Taiwan for aid, and that they used a lot of Taiwanese funds for, for their development projects. So in this sense, one of the very first cases was Costa Rica, in which the government has claimed that it was very important to establish diplomatic relations with China, because that would go, and I cite, according to the trends imposed by globalization. However, after some digging in from journalists and public opinion, it turns out that the negotiations between the government of Oscar Arias and Beijing, they were held privately. So people are starting to think that there was something more than just the argument of going into trend with the globalization trends. And currently, actually, Costa Rica holds a trade deficit with China, and they still have a free trade agreement with China. So obviously, the case of Costa Rica has also proved as an example for other countries like Mexico and others in Latin America to be quite skeptical and to hold their reservations towards establishing a free trade agreement with China, because in many ways it would not be very convenient for our countries. However, it depends on the profile of each country. And another recent case, of course, was El Salvador. But for El Salvador, although many of their development projects and a lot of their agricultural assistance came from Taiwan, according to the local sources, the government of Nayib Bukele, which, as you all know, is more inclined towards the left than to other political spectrum, they started to give a lot of priority to the relations with China. So obviously, this is the typical textbook case of the checkbook diplomacy, in which Beijing offered, according to the sources from El Salvador, very interesting options for economic investments. So there are some opinions coming from, for example, from Beijing regarding Mexico in terms that the United States does not allow us to go closer to China. On one hand, yes, it's true, because of course it's not the same having the United States across the Pacific than having them just, pasted to your border. So since Mexico's economy is deeply related and obviously connected to the US, it's more like our market in North America has always been our priority, and it is so much our priority that 80% of our exports and imports, they come and go into our northern neighbors. However, China's role in Mexico's economy has been limited just to provide us of the parts and of all the elements that we need for the key industries in our country. For example, for the technology and automotive industries, that a lot of manufacturing is done in Mexico, and we export it to the United States. But however, a very distinctive controversy between Mexico and China was one in which China wanted to build a train, railroad diplomacy. They wanted to apply it here. And there is a lot of, let's say, that the common view in China is that the United States imposed us not to accept the train. But the truth is that actually the Mexican government was very, very skeptical regarding the plan of China, because first, our law of foreign direct investment says that you cannot set up a business or whatever thing you want to do here if 90% of your workers' plant are not Mexicans. So in this regard, China sought to bring their workers to work on the train, and the government was not. They said, sorry, but that's against that's against the law in Mexico. Same for the part of technology transfer, because they wanted to bring their technicians to do all the repairs and maintenance work of the train, and the government said, no, I'm sorry, but you have to teach the local, you have to teach the locals to give maintenance, because bringing your people will be very expensive for us. And additionally, the most important part, the Ministry of Finance did not agree with the terms of the loans given by China, because in many ways their scheme goes against our local laws of banking. So as you can see, our interaction with Taiwan and our interaction with China has a lot of determinant factors coming from our own domestic context. So, well, this is a little bit of the summary that I had for you, because of course there's a lot of countries, and I mean, I could spend the whole day talking about each country, but I hope that you found the presentation interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Now, what we can do is we have about 10 minutes for Q&A. And so I'll invite questions and get the three paper presenters to respond to them. So please raise your hand if there are any questions. Otherwise, we can move on to the concluding section. Well, apparently our speakers have been so clear, so lucid, so to the point that there are no questions. Oh, after I say that, two hands go up.
Taking up the challenge.
Yeah. Okay, so let me start with you. Very brief, we must finish in the next 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone.
Who is the question for? Please indicate.
Okay. It was more like a general question after listening to all the.
Oh, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, a comment, but also like a thought I had that I would like to put.
Yeah.
About the flexibility question that I think mentioned by the gentleman here in his previous question, like how.
We can't hear you.
Hello. So how India's stance on Taiwan allows for flexibility, right? So and that also with the One China principle and policy, I think how you kind of accept, whether you accept the principle or policy, I think the flexibility that it allows, it can be different for different countries, right? Depending on their relationship with China or like with Taiwan, like most of it is on trade, right? With Taiwan, like, so I was thinking, can it open up opportunities for communication and collaboration, and maybe like even on issues like, because as you mentioned, the one China issue is dealt separately from the issue of Tibet, and like, so if it was the flexibility that this allows, maybe it could also like maybe be included in the one China policy, and open up dialogue on the policy, like a middle way policy, like regarding Tibet, like instead of the one China policy. So like I'll try to put that more clearly, like instead of separating the issues, like maybe it could come together in the like one China principle or policy issue, like, and maybe open up a space for dialogue, maybe like.
Okay, I think we've got your idea, I hope. Yes, the gentleman here. No, I think you have to speak into the mic.
Hi. Hello. Perfect. So my question was for Ambassador Vijay. In my own training as an anthropologist, I talk to a lot of Tibetans from India, Nepal, who have moved westwards, right? And if you look at, for example, 2022, the Nepalese foreign minister met the now disappeared, quote unquote, Yang Yi, the 10th foreign minister in China, and one of the clear statements was that Nepal would not be used for anti-China activities, and Nepal fully supports China's position on Tibet, Xinjiang, and so on and so forth. And then within the Tibetan diaspora context, a lot of Tibetans have now moved westwards from India and Nepal. But the fundamental difference is that Tibetans from India, when they move to America, is because of lack of documents. We don't get documents in India. While Tibetans in Nepal, when I talk with them in America, it's a fear of insecurity that since the Nepalese government sends an army and the military into Tibetan camps to break up celebrations and so on and so forth, right? Particularly after 2009, Nepal has increasingly been very quote-unquote strict on the borders, where there have been reports of Tibetans being not exactly sent back, but then a threat of a deportation. Right. So my question then for you, Ambassador, is the fact that as Nepal and China increasingly get closer and closer, as China seeks to invest more and more money to BRI, so on and so forth, then within Nepal, as I mentioned, as the political parties inside Nepal who have a mouth leaning with China get closer and closer, will Nepal's policies, therefore, vis-a-vis Tibet and Tibetans inside its own country change in the future, or do you think it's going to get even worse? In a sense, right? And it's more important, I think, this is a question that comes for Bhutan and Nepal, because these countries are small, but very importantly, geopolitically, and in terms of its location, right? So how does then India's position vis-a-vis Nepal and China change when, as the US particularly gets more and more involved within the Himalayan Strait Belt?
Yeah, so that's it. So we'll let Ambassador Kant address the question.
Thank you. I fully agree with you that there are a problem, but not the army never mobilized against Tibetan refugee. It was security forces. In 2009, what happened that during this celebration of, or the protest by the Tibetan refugee in Kathmandu, in the date exit of the Dalai Lama from Lhasa to India. So in that celebration, what happened that the people reached at the top of UNDP building. So at the time, police, it was not allowed. It has a diplomatic institution. How can a country allow that one? At the time, I was an ambassador in Denmark, and I was called by the different foreign ministry why you have used such a harsh police action. Actually, they reached, the protester was protesting at the UNDP building, but they reached at the top of the floor, I mean the roof. And it was a very unusual for them, and that's why the police had. So with army never mobilized it, and the police actually from 2005, not 2008-9, 2005, when King Gyanendra took over the power, he has signed some understanding, which is yet not public, signed with he went to China and he signed some MOU with the Chinese government, which earlier what was the things that when the Chinese Tibetan people coming across the border, our police arrested and they handed over to immigration. That was the policy. And then after that, immigration handed over to UNHCR, and UNHCR gave a small ID card, and they used during visiting Lumbini and in other stupa of the Nepal, and then they go for Dharamsala, some return back. But after 2005, the Nepal government stopped it. One of the case I mentioned you that in 2005, what happened that there was six Tibetans were arrested by our police, handed over to immigration office. When they reached to the immigration department office, the Chinese embassy, it is security officials, I think so, they came abruptly, reached the department and just kidnapped all the Tibetans and put there in diplomatic vehicles, run away and hand to the embassy. But Nepal government called the ambassador, protested it in 2005, but it was a king's rule at the time. And no political party was allowed at the time. So that way it was very... So in my information, there are 5,500 Tibetan refugees are not yet registered. From 1995 onward, Nepal government stopped issuing the ID card. And this is a big issue between Nepal and Tibetan refugee. America and all Western countries are pressing Nepal to issue the ID card. We have a problem, look. I told you earlier that the China has a bigger influence with the Communist Party and in the parliament. So that this actually the last government, the Nepali Congress Prime Minister was ready to give. This is another story I'm sharing with you that the Prime Minister called Home Secretary and other official Home Ministry and Home Minister to give some sorts of ID card, even if there is not a other ID card what we issued earlier, but give some ID card to them. In 2 hours of time, Chinese ambassador reached almost all the leaders' house and said that please stop this one. In person, yes, not in 2 hours. She reached to the almost all the this is in 2021. So she reached. So this is the case, and that's why it is although there are but the problem that only the Western countries, which is also divided, not much. Americans are speaking in Swiss sometimes British, not other countries speak about it. So what we that even the Western countries are divided on and other countries never speak about it. And the Chinese Tibetan refugees never try to create their stake in Nepalese politics or Nepalese society. That's the big problem, that one. That is, I think there is a gap that nobody speak about the Tibetan refugee. There were some human rights organizations earlier, but now no one speak about it. This is a big gap, I found it. Another, the deportation, it is there. Our armed police force, whenever they arrested the people across the border, they immediately handed over to them. I know very well. And there is actually the change in policy in 2005, and it is remain intact. There is no change about it. On Tibetan issues, Chinese are very sensitive. They go for any extent on Tibetan issues. They mobilize all and the leaders calling from the Beijing to our leaders. They start calling from them, the foreign minister, foreign ministry, president office, so that they create a pressure on Nepal on that. And they are actually one of the case in Humla where the Chinese had encroached our land. So we, one of the leader of Nepali Congress, who was the chief minister earlier of the Karnali province, Mr. Jivan Bahadur Shahi, he complained and first time raised this issue. And we organized a seminar on this is actually discussion on this encroachment. So what Chinese did, that the Chinese wrote a letter to the Nepali Congress president in a very undiplomatic manner. It's a 2 pages letter. I have never seen such letter from any embassy to writing a former prime minister and a main opposition leader. So she wrote a letter which is actually blamed Mr. Shahi as a agent of Western countries in India, and she said many things about him. When we were organizing a seminar on that issues, our Home Secretary called me and asked that why you were doing such things. So I said that please tell me under which law you are asking me the question. I'm talking about the constitution and law. There is no law that debar me to organizing such program in Nepal. So if you come through the court order, I will stop it. It's your telephone, I'm not going to stop. Convey to the Prime Minister or whoever you wanted. Then he, not the same day, but other day when I met him in a reception, he said that it was Chinese, sir. They come to me and asking, pressurizing him to call you and stop this one. But although we have, and that was the news came in BBC and many of the media internationally and Nepal also. So in such a case, I told you that this is a very hard, but still the Nepal has provided, and this time the Tibetan refugees were allowed to celebrate the Dalai Lama birthday on the 6th of July, right? Yeah, I was also invited, but it was in the very morning and they have done in a very small way. Almost many ambassadors participated in the, Western ambassador participated in the celebration. But last year it was also again same, it was very small, but the things that not like earlier. The office of the representative of Tibetan government in Kathmandu, Lajimpat, has been closed in 2005. It has been closed. Although they have library and have in the office, but the board has been removed. And the Nepal government not accepting as a representative. All the representative is there. So this is the situation. I said that, but never army mobilizing. There are security forces, but the problem is not the Nepali police. Problem is the Chinese, and even some spices they created among the Tibetan refugees. You might be aware about it. So the Tibetan refugees are themselves spying against each other, informing the Chinese embassy. This is another issue, that one. That what our security official told me. So this is the same. Just thank you very much.
I have a few questions. Just 1 second. I have a question pending. So would you try and answer that briefly?
I can try. So I think, first of all, regards to your question, I think there is a small confusion here. You were talking about flexibility of One China policy or One China principle. What I'm trying to say is that there is no flexibility in the policy itself. There is no flexibility in the principle. It's fixed. But what we are trying to understand here, that One China principle is a calculated strategic move by China in order to comply other countries to accept not just Taiwan, but Tibet, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and South China Sea as historically, legally a part of China. Entire South China Sea, as we speak of, Senkaku Island is the, and more important, yeah.
Principle is fixed. Policy is like...
Yes, it changes.
Policy.
I think you need a mic.
Because the policy is supposed to be like specific to...
I think when you understand One China policy, whether it's India's One China policy or EU's or US One China policy, you should understand that it is a response to One China principle by China. So I think you need to first understand what One China principle itself is, because One China policy comes after One China policy comes after the principle was framed by China. One China policy is a response to that principle. And I think the confusion comes here is due to the fact that there is no clear-cut policy on Tibet. When you were asking about Tibet, there is no clear-cut policy on Tibet vis-a-vis China when we are talking about one China, and when we are talking about China's relation with India. I don't think there is a clear-cut response to One China principle, what we are talking about today. I think the confusion lies, not the confusion, but I think we first need to understand that the principle itself was a strategic move. And I feel that when we are talking about One China policy, I think stakeholders need to explore their One China policy as a space for maneuver, as a space for claim, as a space to understand One China itself, as a space to address not just Taiwan, but issues relating to Tibet, Hong Kong, and human rights issues as well. So I think when you were talking about whether countries with One China policy can incorporate Tibet, I think it depends on which country you are talking about, first of all, whether you are talking about India, because to India, Tibet is a very different issue compared to what Tibet is for EU or America. India shares physical border with Tibet, China right now. And for India to develop a Tibet policy or to come up with a clear-cut One China policy, I think it has to define first what is Tibet for China, what is Tibet for India, what is One China for India. So I think there lies a very, a sensitive issue that you are digging into. That is why we see ambiguity in India's Tibet policy. So if I'm
No, I'm not. I'm nodding in appreciation. Thank you. I think it's very interesting. Pemo Khanda, who's the Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, clearly said, when the Americans passed the Senate passed the law on the McMahon line, and also said that Arunachal Pradesh belongs to India. The Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh said, I do not have a border with China. I have a border with Tibet. Now, if he can say that, I'm sure other Indians can say that also. So thank you very much, for the three panelists. Maria, you have a question.
Few questions. I'll cut short so that I don't take on people's time. My first question is for the ambassador. Sir, is it true that China has invested heavily in Lumbini town? And is it also true that BRI has come all the way from Central Asia for the first time, has been, that navigation has been cut through Himalayas all the way from Central Asia into Lumbini as part of China's larger, Buddhist narrative? So that's my first question for you. Second, you can choose if you want to answer both. Second is, like you said, that 60% of Nepalis have voted for the communist parties. And in India, like when I have started to delve into communism and the red corridors in India, this concern about red corridor from Pashupati to Tirupati. So seeing, the way things are happening in China, in Nepal, it appears like it's happening. So that's my two questions for you. And my third question, which would be for you, is on Arunachal Pradesh and the border areas which are illegally occupied by China. What is One China policy with respect to that? Like you did mention, when it comes to Arunachal Pradesh, what the CM said. But I mean, so under one China policy, are all these areas that China has illegally occupied, do they also belong to China?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there are two. The first question that about the Lumbini, they have invested 2 monasteries there. They built 2 monasteries in Lumbini. The India has built one, and every country has given one place for them. Now India has started another one, which recently signed by the Prime Minister Modi when he was visited in Lumbini. So during that we have agreed for another. So India has started constructing another one. So China, actually Lumbini is a main target for Chinese. There are more. In 2019, the district magistrate told me that it's around more than 150 Chinese in the name of monk and different position. They are residing around the Lumbini. So what they are doing, very few people knows. The security forces knows it what they are doing. So in that Lumbini, there is no much development. Actually, they proposed in 4.2 billion investment from China through NGO. And that organization led by our former Prime Minister, the today's Prime Minister actually, Mr. Prachanda. And there are leaders from Nepali Congress, from UML and different parties in the board. But it has been criticized by the Americans and all the countries, and even the Nepal. Actually, they wanted to create to kill the sanctity of the Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha. Actually, they wanted to create a commercial hub for all the 3 districts belongs to the Lumbini corridor. Nolparasi, Rupandehi and Kapilvastu. There are 3 districts. So, but it was actually, I said it is now at not, nobody is talking about it. But not much investment. About the BRI, no project is signed. But there are controversy. The Chinese, whatever they do at the moment, they say it is a BRI. And it is a recent controversy that the China declared Pokhara Airport, which is a China Exim Bank loan at the 2% rate, interest rate, and there are other conditions, and built by the Chinese CMC company. So that report, that says, and the inauguration of the Pokhara Airport, when the Prime Minister was moving, in the morning Chinese Charity Affairs said that the Pokhara Airport is a BRI, under BRI project. It is built under BRI. So Prime Minister called the meeting of the different agency and everybody said, sir, this is not the BRI. And it was conveyed very diplomatically by our Foreign Secretary to the Chinese that please don't tell this is the BRI project. Recently, in just 1 month back, in June 10, I think, 9 or 10, something like that, China has organized a dragon boat competition in Pokhara. And they brought some 76 people in a charter flight from one of the city of China to Pokhara directly. And in that boat competition, China said that, ambassador said that in inauguration where our civil aviation minister, when other ministers were there, he said that the Pokhara airport is a BRI project. The question arises in parliament, and the foreign minister replied to the question that there is no BRI project implemented in Nepal. But what is the China has a different notion about the BRI. They said everything, whatever we are doing is a BRI. Even they said that the Chinese companies of a other World Bank ADB project, that is also BRI. They said it. So it is a little bit controversy created and a lot of news about it. On BRI, Nepal has a very clear standing that either we come with the soft loan or the grants, or we are not ready to sign them. Actually, it has a very clearly message to the Chinese that, and that's why recently the Chinese Communist Party Politburo member visited last week, and he declared Silk Road Stirp, another concept for Nepal. I don't know this is for other countries or not, but this is declared in Kathmandu. I share with the Professor Kandapani. Silk Road Star. There were six, seven concept note actually. They have actually, they share with the media that report actually their concept note. So there is no, I don't think, and the conditions are not actually acceptable to Nepal. As my understanding, what my finance ministry people said, that China has proposed 4% interest rate, and then total project management by the Chinese. However, the Nepal government, as I said earlier, that the Nepal government wanted to joint management of the project, and the project must be less than 1% or the grants. So I don't find any meeting point in this, because China has never, no country has got at the moment less than 4% interest rate. So it is very difficult for Chinese to implement BRI in Nepal. Another, that railway, you said that, yes, they proposed Himalayan railway from Sigatse to Kathmandu, from Kathmandu to Lumbini. But the proposed railway has three important problems. One is the geological, another is a financial. Who financed it? 3.5 billion US dollar. And it has a 98% tunnel and bridge, 2% only surface of that railway. And this much huge amount of money invested by Nepal, either by loan or the grants, whatever. So what we will do for this rail? What we will do for this train? What we will send to China? Nothing. We don't have anything. One of our leaders said that let's send Himalayan water to China, which is already in Tibet also. So this is about this communist corridor. Nepalese communists are not like a Naxalite in Nepal. Although they were earlier Naxalite, but they are very changing force actually. They are liberal, but on China they are very close. That I can see. On China they are very close. On liberal politics, they are all accepted multi-party democracy, whether the Maoist or UML both. They have been practicing multi-party system since 2 decades, and UML almost 3-4 decades. So that's why I don't find anything that like a corridor Pashupati to Tirupati. I don't find any connection on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, please.
Okay, very briefly, I think you have raised a very important question on whether current issues like Arunachal Pradesh and border issues are included in One China policy. And I think, according to me, I would believe that these issues, be it Arunachal Pradesh or the border issues in Ladakh or in Aksai Chin, are to China, I believe that it's already included in One China policy, One China principle, China's One China principle. And why I say this is because today, if we speak of Tibet vis-a-vis China and China's relation with India, we know that China claims Arunachal Pradesh as the southern part of Tibet. So basically, it's claiming its, what do you say, physical jurisdiction over these areas, saying that this belongs to China. So basically, when you understand One China principle, as I mentioned earlier, it does not only include Taiwan, it also includes Tibet. So when India is, when China is talking about Tibet, when China is talking about Arunachal Pradesh, when China is talking about border issues, I think they have already included those notions in their One China policy. And here I would like to also highlight that the more important question is, what is India's One China policy if China includes Tibet in their One China principle? What is India's response to say tomorrow, today we have One China principle, including Tibet. Tomorrow, if they say that, of course, Arunachal Pradesh is already claimed as southern part of Tibet. And tomorrow, when they give a statement that Arunachal Pradesh is also a part of One China principle, what is the response of India's one China policy that you are doing? And this is also a really important question. And this brings back to the reality today that there is both a reluctance and ambiguity of India's policy on Tibet. Now, how will that reflect in, say, India's position on Arunachal Pradesh, India's position on border, when China started to claim these areas as part of one China principle in future? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And before I hand over the mic to Mr. Tandon, I'd like the audience to show their appreciation for my excellent panel. Thank you very much.
I invite Professor Kondapalli, please now. He will take over. You can there is a closing.
Sometimes I write to
Professor Kondapalli will invite. There is a closing statement also now. Someone on the waiting on the screen.
Thank you very much. I think we have had a good fair in the last 2 days on the weaponization of the one China policy or other related issues that we discussed in relation to Taiwan, Tibet, and other areas. So I think we put on the table a lot of things which are very useful, intellectually challenging, very provocative comments as well on the issues that we have discussed. So it is now time to wind up this session. So let me first request Aloma Selenas Zubechi to speak on the issues of weaponization of the one China policy. Aloma had written numerous articles on the Tibetan question that have been collected in different publications and internet websites extensively. Until 2011, he was part of the steering committee of the International Support Network for Tibet, representing Latin America. May I request Aloma to speak for about 10-15 minutes?
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude for this invitation to give me the opportunity to talk to this distinguished audience. It's an honor for me to take part in this meeting. Mari has done a brilliant presentation. My congratulations to her. And in a very humble way, I will add some facts to complement what she has said. China, Tibet, Latin America, a lot of to say. The first thing which came into my mind is a saying that we have in Spanish, which says, "The friends of my friends are my friends." By opposition, we will have the sentence, "The enemies of my enemies are my friends." And why I'm saying that? Because for many people in Latin America, China is seen as a friend because its rivalry with the United States. It's important that you can understand as people from other regions that for many people in ours, the USA is seen as superpower, which only has seen Latin America as a source of commodities, as a group of countries that they can dominate, in which politics they can intervene. Even though the differences between China and USA are notorious, one a totalitarian regime and the other a long-standing democracy, throughout the recent history, governments, but also social and union organizations and individuals have seen China as a possible alternative to avoid the dependence with the United States, and not only for practical ways, also by ideological convictions. It's known the sympathy that unions, for example, have with communism, and for them, and obviously a strong relationship with the PCC sounds for them like a way of liberation from the chains, economical change in special, which join our countries with the giant of the north. To give an example, you can see what is happening with Argentina in this very moment. A country which have an amazing nature, a huge food production, with an exceptional farming and livestock, and also important mineral resources, is at the edge of default to the International Monetary Fund. They have a debt with the International Monetary Fund of $44 billion. It is a debt impossible to pay. Impossible. In these days, they receive a loan from the IMF of $7 billion only to pay part of the big debt and some interest. All these while other maturities are coming soon, which can be an alternative to the Argentina destroyed economy. Yes, if you are thinking in China, you are absolutely right. Even China already gave a loan to Argentina in yuans equivalent to $19 billion. At the beginning was a swap, just an exchange of currency. But finally, Argentina had to ask Chinese permission to use part of that money to pay part of its big debt with the monetary fund. What we can see is not only a close relation between Argentina and China, but a sort of flirtation, with Argentina saying to the IMF, be careful, I can choose China, China can be my ally, and when one talks to the IMF, one is talking to the USA. I have mentioned the case of Argentina because perhaps it is the biggest example about which has been the influence of China in our region. It could be important to add the large investment done by China to build 2 plants of lithium carbonate and the construction of 2 hydroelectric dams. There is no doubt that Latin America is looking at China because its investment can be crucial. And of course, China is looking at Latin America because its amazing natural resources. Latin America has food, minerals, and water. I could add another example, quite different from the previous one, Uruguay. Uruguay is a small country strategically located between Argentina and Brazil. It's one of the most solid democracies in Latin America, and its economy numbers are not bad. Its current government ideologically is not close to China. In fact, it's a center-right one. But anyway, Uruguay is exploring the possibility of a free trade agreement with China. As you see, the interest in China is really relevant. China landed in Latin America to stay here. Therefore, from a political point of view, totally related to economic needs, to think that Latin American countries can challenge China. Sorry, it's my grandson. Can challenge China and its policy of one China is utopian. Obviously, there are sorry. Obviously, there are not good news to Tibet, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, and the Chinese citizens who want freedom. Talking specifically about Tibet, well, in Latin America, Tibet and its moment had its moment in the 90s and the first and second decades of this century, till around 2014. The Dalai Lama travels to our region made possible to put Tibet on the agenda. Thousands of people attended his talks. His name became familiar for many people. Also, the intense labor of his representative for the region in that moment, Sewan Funso, made possible dozens of interviews, meetings with opinion makers, politicians, people of other faiths. In some way, the topic of Tibet was installed among us. The cause of Tibet attracted the attention of a good number of people. But as everything is impermanent, the visit of the Dalai Lama came to an end. And that added to the appearance of other conflicts, serious wars, immigration crisis, pandemic, Ukraine's war, among other facts. And of course, the intense pressure of China made that the interest in Tibet were vanishing. In some way, Tibet lost its place. However, after the long light of the pandemic, a light of hope appeared recently with some parliamentarians from Mexico and Chile making public their support to the cause, creating support groups in their respective houses. Also, other politicians from different countries have expressed their support to Tibet. To achieve these goals has been necessary the intense work done by the current representative of CTA in the region, Sigmund Sering, helped by all supporters of the cause. Actually, he newly finished a tour across different countries of Latin America, in which we can see perhaps a reborn of the Tibet cause among us. The task is not and never has been easy. Yesterday, Sikyom Pempa Sering said, one China policy or one China principle has nothing to do with Tibet and for Tibet. You will have to look at it from a totally different prism or historical perspective. And this is absolutely right. But for people far away from China and Tibet, surely there is no other prism or historical perspective, just the need to count with the advantages of a positive relation with China. Finally, just a last reflection, perhaps a little bit naive. I would really wish that the other giant of Asia, the respectable India, were the most important trade partner of Latin America. A peaceful and respectable great nation of India, the hugest democracy of the world, would have to increase ties with its part of the West. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you very much, Aloma, for those points that you raised. We are at the end of this two-day session on the One China policy, weaponization of the One China policy. Very many views have come forward, and as Tenzin La mentioned, there is 181 countries mentioning about the One China policy. This is China's policy, this is not the policy of these countries, the 181 countries. They were asked to sign, they were forced to, they were told to sign that One China policy. So on the question of whether India follows a One China policy, it doesn't follow a One China policy. It has been told to follow, and on that there is a discussion, and there is a discontinuation of the One China policy since 2010. But the point is very well taken that FNVA now needs to do more homework on the overall concept of the One China policy or principle. And this is a good beginning that we have made in the last 2 days. From the views that were expressed, 13 presentations, 5 chairpersons, and intense deliberations on all of these issues. We still need to, of course, do some more homework on, as somebody mentioned yesterday, that I think it was Buchung Seringla, who mentioned that there is a certain narrative. Hello there. There is a certain narrative that we are all kind of influenced with for over a period of time, and we need to have also a counter narrative on the One China policy, and that is where I think we need to do some work on this issue of One China policy. It is also well taken from Tenzin that there is a larger picture that is emerging, not just about Tibet or Taiwan, which were Taiwan was the original issue in the One China policy. Given the Chinese, civil war in 1945 to 49, and the subsequent dynamics between KMT and the Communist Party of China. Having said that, it is being expanded, as has been mentioned, not just Taiwan, Tibet, Inner Mongolia, Xinjiang, but also South China Sea. One Chinese journalist in Global Times, Shen Chi-wei, also mentioned Hawaii belongs to China. And one day before Xi Jinping visited Moscow in March this year, they also renamed Vladivostok and other parts of Siberia. So there are potential One China areas emerging in addition to southern Tibet that has also been mentioned since 2005 in the official Chinese documents related to Arunachal Pradesh. So given this context, I think there is now a need for looking at afresh on this issue of One China policy. There is a pushback. China would insist on acknowledging, supporting, and penalize those countries which are opposing One China policy. And this is where the title of this seminar is, the weaponization of the One China policy. Weaponization is mainly in 5 areas. One is diplomatic pressure on countries which passed the One China policy before in the joint statements. They may not have done much in terms of implementing the One China policy, but nevertheless, there is a lot of pressure on these countries. Ambassador Karna already mentioned the kind of pressure that the Chinese embassies or diplomatic corps or even the foreign ministry exerts on countries concerned in implementing the One China policy. From one extreme to the other. The extreme position would be to capture the Tibetans or Taiwanese. For example, one Taiwanese unfortunately passed away in Kashmir long ago, I remember, and TECC and the PRC embassy were chasing that issue at that time. So, in other words, it's not just about Tibet, but also about Taiwan, this issue of going to the extreme of putting pressure, coercive diplomatic pressure on the countries concerned. The second aspect of the diplomatic pressure exerted as part of the weaponization is the 3 evils that the Chinese have insisted on and put up in the bilateral and multilateral formats. like SCO has, Shanghai Cooperation Organization has complete definitions about these three evils: separatism, extremism, and splitism. And then these were also part of the national intelligence law and national counter-terrorism laws that were passed in 2015 and 17 in China. So that is a second aspect of the diplomatic pressure. The third is including airlines. Air India used to have a policy that they can never fly to Taiwan as the official carrier. Now that Air India has been privatized, now they have been flying to Taiwan. But previously there was a condition that they should never fly to, likewise other official airlines. It is estimated about 100 airlines were banned from going to Taiwan previously. But now many of these are privatized, so they were able to now go as part of the globalization and WTO compliance measures. So the issue is of coercion here. You may have heard about the many brands, Western brands like Nike and BMW and others were also coerced on Xinjiang sanctions, and because they were outsourcing some cotton products for their models, for their textiles. They were also kind of put under pressure, penalized in terms of commercial contracts on this One China policy. Then there is the shutting down of embassies or consulates. France never had any position on the One China policy, but nevertheless, France sold Lafayette class of frigates to Taiwan some years ago, I don't remember, some 15 years ago, and French consulate in Guangzhou has been shut down. So the Chinese can go to the extreme extent. The TECC office in Dhaka has been shut down. They can go to that extent of putting pressure on the host country in terms of there's only one TECC now in India. In the rest of South Asia, there is no TECC. So that is the pressure that the Chinese could exert as part of the One China policy. Lithuania has upgraded its TECC office into Taiwan Representative Office. And then the whole of Taiwanese embassy has been shut down in Beijing. And the ambassador, who is now the ambassador to India, Diana, she was declared a persona non grata. She has to run away to the embassy in order to the airport in order to catch a flight, and then she landed in India and became ambassador here. So that is the extent to which the Chinese can go in cases where the country concerned violates the One China policy, or China encourages countries to desist from supporting Taiwan independence or even Tibet freedom. Of course, this concept has not been quite popular after the Strasbourg proposals, but nevertheless, this is an issue as well. But there are some countries which support Taiwan independence, and for those countries, the Chinese put a lot of pressure on. So acknowledge, support, oppose in all these categories of One China policy. China has a political response, a policy response, penalizing many of these actors. The second aspect of weaponization is what they call as Beijing consensus, in which the UN Charter, non-interventionism, and others have been put forward. And this is where China insists through the Security Council membership. Remember that China had exercised some 13 times veto power, and most of these are on One China policy. Many of these are actually on the One China policy. And hence, I think the Chinese would also use the global power, the United Nations Security Council power, veto power, in order to shut down any violation of that one China policy. A third area of weaponization is in the economic reprisals. For example, tariff increase. His Holiness the Dalai Lama went to Ulaanbaatar, and the whole of Mongolia has been shut down by the Chinese because 93% of Mongolia's trade is with China. And they simply shut down the whole country and they increased the tariffs and Mongolian economy came down substantially due to these policies. And Mongolia never invited again the Dalai Lama. Likewise, South Korea, likewise, Russia, likewise, many other countries. Botswana has been under pressure from Chinese and they did not provide the visa to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. South Africa also had similar pressure that was exercised. So much so that Desmond Tutu criticized his own government for not providing the visa to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So there are cases like this where the restrictions can be exercised at political and economic levels. Cutting down on investments, FDI, controlling tourism. For example, after Dr. Tsai Ing-wen won the elections, the 3 to 4 million tourists flow into China, into Taiwan, have been shut down, and now they get only about a few 100,000 tourists from China to Taiwan. So weaponization of tourism, FDI, people-to-people contacts and others have been one of the aspects. The fourth area of weaponization is in terms of controlling the sea lanes of communications. And here the South China Sea and maritime areas are important because these are lifelines for global trade and commerce. And this is where the One China policy is also important, which affects the global commerce and other areas. Finally, the weaponization of One China policy is reflected in terms of the military exercises that China conducts. We just saw after Nancy Pelosi's visit the substantial military exercises that were conducted, and these were also with synchronized actions with other elements of power. So just to summarize this, there is a set of activities that China is conducting in weaponizing the One China policy. And that is where I think FNVA's contribution has been quite extensive in bringing all of us together to reflect on what is the One China policy and what do we do about this issue. So let me hand over back to Mr. Tandon and to Ribon. Ribon had noticed that I'm not attending the FNVA meeting, so she made me as the summarizer so that I could stick around for the 2 days.
You remain
Thank you.
a fellow trustee. How can you get away from it?
Hello, yeah. Hello everyone. I am Tenzin Hatso. I'm currently interning at FNVA. So I'm just going to deliver a short vote of thanks. On behalf of FNVA, I extend my warmest gratitude to all the esteemed speakers who are gathered here today, both physically and virtually, to shed light on the important subject of the weaponization of the One China policy. To our speakers, we express our sincerest appreciation for making the journey to be with us in person and virtually. Additionally, our heartfelt thanks go out to the audience whose active participation and engagement have contributed significantly to the success of this event. We will be transcribing the seminar proceedings and publishing it for more people to read. The recordings of the same will also go on our YouTube channel. FNVA also aims at organizing many such events in the near future, and we hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Please, you are all invited. It's not the hour for tea, but the tea is very much there. So before you go, you can have a cup of tea. Thank you. मुलाकात होती नहीं। ऑफिस में आ जाइए।